Good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. And hello to another session of Disorder in the Court with today's trial. Good morning. Good morning. We are here for closing arguments and other witnesses in the Hannah Gutierrez Reed trial for the Rust movie shooting. Um, Pardon me for being a little bit late to my stream. And I'm going to real quickly do a couple things while we're waiting for the trial to start. So, morning, Johnny. So I will be back. I will be. Oh, my dog just looked at me. When I say I'll be back, he knows that means I'm leaving, but I'm not leaving. I mean, I'll be back to the stream. Oh, the judge is late. Well, yeah. Well, obviously, the judge is always like, the judge is late anyway. Oh, I see no, that 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 movement right there, they shouldn't do that anymore. It's a teaser. That little advertising sweep thing. I wish they wouldn't do that. It's a teaser. We're thinking people are coming into the room. I hope everybody's doing good. So, um, just know that I am here. I just need to go grab a little bit of coffee and settle in. Um, Good morning, Tiggy girl. Hey, yeah, I did. I did just wake up actually. My alarm didn't go off, and it was supposed to go off. Um, and so I woke up and I'm like, oh wait a minute, it's it's 7:30 something, my time. And I said, no. N- well, now you know that's not just a male thing, Johnny. I definitely sound weird in the morning. My voice is lower, and I don't know, raspy maybe. I don't know. But good morning, good morning. Welcome in. Please remember to hit the thumbs up. I will be right back. And I'm back with my coffee. And earlier I had a different, I was using a different microphone. So do I still sound weird, Johnny? I know I sound weird. So will this case have any impact on the Baldwin trial? I think it'll influence the way people think about it. This trial will influence the way people think about the other trial. Huh, one moment. Is that any better? Okay. Ha- is this better? I had hello, hello. Is that better? Old MacDonald had a farm. E-I-E-I-O. Old MacDonald had a farm. E-I-E-I-O. You know, I wonder if my computer needs to be restarted. Was that better? So what it was I was using I usually use a different mic. I started out this morning using the laptop mic, and then I plugged in the other mic, um, which I usually use. I rarely use the laptop mic anymore, um, but maybe I can't plug it in after I've started StreamYard or something like that. So sorry about that. Sorry about that. So we have probably our closing arguments today, but also a witness. So, but they also said that they think that they'll be done in the morning. That kind of leads me to believe that they are not going to call Hannah as a witness. Because if they were going to call Hannah as a witness, we'd, we'd probably have to anticipate a much longer day. Yeah, I think it might have just been, I mean, from anonymously from one day to the next, um, I think I think it's literally probably just the order in which I plugged it in. I usually have it already plugged in by the time I start. So, yeah, I know, and so putting her it does seem futile to put her on the stand, so they probably won't, um, but you just never know. Sometimes when we're like, "There's no way they're gonna put that person on the stand," they put the person on the stand, and it doesn't work out well for them, but they still do it, and I think, yeah, so Stacey, I that's what I've been looking at as well, and the Crumbly trial, um, is underway. They are in jury selection, and I read that they believe that they're gonna be done today with jury selection, so that means the trial itself and the opening statements would start tomorrow, and so hold on just one moment. Because I get high, 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 because I get high. Everything's a song, right? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Court was supposed to start by now, Teresa, so any moment. This court tends to be late to their start times. I mean, every court doesn't start immediately after when they say they're gonna start, but this one is always late, always late, and, not exactly sure why. So, uh, oh, you guys are so funny. You are all so funny. So, I do think that they're probably not gonna put her on the stand if because they had to have that conversation about with the judge, and the judge made her timing assessment um, based on uh, that conversation, that they're just going that they would be, they would be able to finish in the morning with their witnesses. I just highly doubt that they'd be able to finish that quickly with, Hannah on the stand, right? It would take at least a few hours to put her on the stand, especially with all the technical gun detail. So, I don't think they'd be doing any favors with her on the stand. Yeah, I think, this prosecutor is very, very knowledgeable about the case. Apparently, I mean, seems to know it backward and forward, and so she thinks pretty well on her feet. Yeah, she probably she probably doesn't wanna go through all that. Um, but and that yeah, that prosecutor would probably eat her up. She's probably scared of that prosecutor. Yeah, this one particular juror wants the trial done by the 8th. They're like, "Are we gonna be done by the 8th? Are we gonna be done by the 8th?" So, those kinds of things aren't supposed to factor in to uh, way things are being run, but it does have an influence. Yep, she would definitely be on the stand all day. There'd be a lot of technicality to get through. So, So now we're left wondering who uh, who is going to be put on the stand. More experts, um, more other investigative bodies, friends of Hannah, her father as a character witness. I would guess he probably can't. There's not much he could testify to except that he doesn't think she should be liable. We were starting to watch that interview with him yesterday. I'll bet you will hear her story at some point. She seems like the type that even if she goes to prison, she gets her time. If she's declared guilty, she gets prison. She does her 18 months or whatever. I have a feeling she'd be the one that would be like, my story. Here's my story of whatever. After a certain period of time passes by, they start grifting off of this stuff, you know. Um, so I kind of picture her turning it into something for herself, and that's probably where you'll hear her story, you know. So I don't know if we'll hear it during the trial, but we'll probably hear it at a certain point. 24/7 live. You know, those 24/7 live cams have been a thing. They're cool. They're really cool. Um, they've been a thing for a super long time. In fact, I worked at this company called Ustream, okay, in 2011, 2010, 2011, somewhere around there. Ustream was basically the precursor to YouTube. However, YouTube existed. It just wasn't owned by Google at the time. So there was competition. There was this thing called YouTube, but Ustream was live YouTube. Before there was it took a long time for YouTube to get live content. It was before, I don't know, 2015, something like that. Uh, it was purely pre-recorded, user-generated video, and then they started to bring on sponsors. They started to bring on bigger brands and things like that. But um, Ustream was all live broadcasting on the internet, and one of the ways that the channels that had by far the most attention at that time were these live eagle um, eagle cams. We had eagle cams in Iowa, and we didn't set them up. Of course, it was the users that were doing this. But yeah, it was really, yeah. Ustream doesn't exist anymore. They were uh, bought up by IBM for what reason I don't know. But yeah, well, let's look at how about if we? Oh, what the heck? Huh? Hold on. I just tried to show something and it wouldn't pop up. Am I fading out? Is that better? Old MacDonald had a farm. E-I-E-I-O. Is that better? Is that better? E-I-E-I-O. I'm looking for something that I wanted us to watch together. Hold on. Okay, I'm updating us. Thank you all. Thank you. I'm going to update us on what's going on with the James Crumbley trial, since I will be tackling that next while we wait for the court. While we wait, let's see what they say here about this.
And good morning to you. I'm Christy McDonald. Thanks so much for joining us here on Local 4 Plus and clickondetroit.com as we continue jury selection in James Crumbley's involuntary manslaughter. We want to keep you up to date on everything that's happening in court right now. Again, he's facing 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. His wife, Jennifer, was convicted of those same 4 counts just about a month ago. And again, he is the dad of the Oxford High School shooter. Let's get right out to Sean Lay, who has been sitting in the courtroom, and he's stepped out of jury selection so he can give us the very latest on this. And if you are watching on clickondetroit.com, those updates that are coming in, they're coming directly from Sean. Hey, Sean, it's good to see you. Good morning. Why don't you go give us a sense of what's going on day 2 this morning?
Christy, good to see you as well. Busy day at the courthouse. I had to find phone booths to talk to you in to get some privacy here, jumping out of the courtroom. We're appreciative of Judge Matthews for letting us come and go a little bit out of sight from court. Don't want to make too many disturbances, but so far so good. So things picked up here at 9:15 this morning without any jury members in Judge Matthews' courtroom 2C here. James Crumbley is here, same gray suit. This time he has a blue tie on, and his attorney, Mariel Lehman, is here. Oakland County Prosecutor Karen McDonald is here, along with her lead assistant prosecutor, Mark Keese. What happened here first, before any prospective jurors were brought in, is that the jury pool was whittled down a great deal. A couple of dozen jurors were let go. We didn't see them. They didn't come in for questioning. What happened was they were gathered here yesterday. They were given a questionnaire to fill out. And after yesterday, both sides went over, the prosecution and defense went over some of those questionnaires, and they eliminated some of the jurors based on their answers, primarily if they could be biased, not biased, if they could be totally fair in the case against James Crumbley. And these jurors were let go, saying they paid close attention to the Jennifer Crumbley situation, the Jennifer Crumbley trial, the facts of the matter that were presented, and the verdict. And they mainly said they agreed with that verdict, and they basically said on the sheet that they believed her husband, James Crumbley, would have the same verdict, that they would vote that he was guilty, despite the fact this is another trial. A different set of facts will be presented at trial. So they were let go. Then in the jury box, Christy, here was 15 seats. The same 14 from yesterday were brought in, along with a new person. A woman sat down and answered questions. So you get the same 15 in. She answered questions about guns in the house. Yes, some of her family members have guns. They're locked up. She was asked questions about mental health. She had family members who had suffered some mental health issues in the past, some tragic results. She remained in her seat. Then Mariel Lehman, who is the attorney for James Crumbley, she got her chance to ask questions, and right away she let go for no cause. She let go one of the jurors. Interesting, a high school teacher who remained in the jury box all day yesterday answering questions. He's an Oakland County high school teacher. He looks to be about 45 years old or so. He deals with some students that do have some mental health issues or do deal with crisis at times. So that was interesting that he was let go, because he hung in for a long time yesterday. He's gone. He's been replaced by a vice president and vice president of marketing and sales of a real estate firm, publicly traded. He has 3 little kids. He has a gun at home, and they're asking him questions right now, mainly along Mariel Lehman asking those questions about her line of questioning goes like this, Christy. When you were a teen, did you have access to a car? Did your parents give you access to a car? And did you ever take that car without them knowing? So kind of that line, meaning, did Crumbley know that his son took the gun that they got for him? That's where we are right now. But we're dealing with a group of 308 yesterday. That's down fewer than 200 now. We'll see how this, the jury in the box right now, if they stick or not, and see how close we are to getting a jury. Christy.
Yeah. Okay, Sean, real quick. Is the courtroom
Sure.
full with media? Can you describe what the inside of the courtroom looks like for us?
Sure. Courtroom Tuesday. So the jury box is full. Both tables are full. You got the prosecution team, then you got Mariel Lehman, James Crumbley, and her helper there to decide. Behind there are 5 rows. They're full of prospective jurors. From side to side, top to bottom, you count. So it's about 40 to 50 packing there. And yesterday was some standing room only for the prospective jurors. To the right of that, some smaller benches, and you've got all rows of news media, including us. Yes.
All right, Sean, I'm going to let you get back into court so you can continue to watch and give us that play-by-play on clickondetroit.com. Really appreciate it. We'll see you at noon today, okay?
Okay, sounds.
All right, and again, just continuing our coverage here, just so you can understand, we can't have our cameras inside of the courtroom and, streaming the proceedings when they're picking a jury, so that the prosecution and the defense and the judge and the jurors have their privacy there so they can go back and forth. But we can have a reporter in there. So that's why Sean Lay is in there, and all of the other media outlets, so they can hear what's going on. We just can't broadcast that right now. But once they do seat a jury, we'll make sure that we can stream the trial from the opening statements all the way to the closing arguments, just like we did here streaming on Local 4 Plus with Jennifer.
So that's very interesting. It was interesting hearing what kind of questions they are asking the jurors. I mean, they seem normal. It was interesting hearing that what types of people have been dismissed. See if there's anything else. Was there oh my gosh. What is this?
That have been on roofs and embedded in yards throughout the township, through the blast area. Those have been turned over to the bomb squad of the Michigan State Police, and they have been rendered safe. We have on our website, we have established a reporting tool that individuals and businesses can get on there, and if they're
starts right now with a breaking news alert.
That breaking news overnight, a massive explosion. Right now, the Clinton Township Fire Chief is updating us. Tim Duncan, let's listen in.
I responded from my house that's over by 16 Jefferson, so literally about 7-8 miles away. At that point, when I left the building, I could hear the explosions that far away, and I'm thinking to myself, hopefully this isn't what I'm going to. Within a mile down the street, I realized this is what I'm going to. Approach down Grossbeck here, coming towards 15 Mile, and you can see the amount of fire just coursing in the sky, and the explosions were actually shaking the car. It was that that much going on. So got here, we had our apparatus basically throughout the area on 15 Mile and Grossbeck. They were trying to approach, obviously, as firefighters. Your first thought is you see fire, you want to go put it out. So this is what you're seeing. Came through it okay. We did basically force him to go to the hospital and get checked out last night. They had him in and out probably within about 15-20 minutes from there. So they do take care of us very well. We're very fortunate in the county to have all that. So we ended up having communities, basically Roseville, St. Clair Shores, Sterling Heights, Selfridge, Mount Clemens, Harrison Township, the county hazmat team. So, on the side of being in a county with a little bit smaller departments, no one department can do it all. So you have the team pitching together.
Can we talk about injuries?
So the one injury to the firefighter we had that checked out, he was fine. We did unfortunately have an injury to another individual, I believe 19-year-old. And as I was looking at my phone, it was reported that he passed away. So it's about 4 o'clock. in the
Oh
morning.
gosh.
So I don't really have any additional information as to, the name or anything like that at this point, but very unfortunate. The person was essentially about a quarter of a mile down the road here, and did suffer an injury from one of these flying canisters.
Can we talk about the debris field and
Oh
this
my
huge
God.
mess?
Yeah.
Awful,
So
this explosion in Detroit, Clinton Township, really, but it came up when I was looking for. Let's see if anything's going on with this particular trial.
I'm just for conversation. I'm going to agree with you because it's going to be an argument. It's a normal couch. No, it's a normal couch, sir. It's a normal couch. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I agree with you. I agree, sir. I was
Wow,
not,
listen to
I
them.
did not have any intent to lie to this young lady. I'm not trying to put anything in her head besides get the truth.
How do you have to put things in people's head to get them to tell the truth?
Sir, we're investigating the death of her 5-year-old little girl.
I know. And you know that no matter how many times you say that, it doesn't change anything, right?
Absolutely. It doesn't change things in your mind.
No, it doesn't. We're talking about what was said, why. And
So
how.
that is the defense lawyer in
We're
this
talking about who
case.
was the fibber in this interview. And I'm telling you, you didn't come off too good on the fibber scale either, did you?
Sir, are you calling me a liar?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Wow.
Then I disagree with you.
Wow. So this is a trial of a woman who is accused of
When you're
killing
talking
her
to
5-year-old daughter.
I know you hadn't had any training about how to deal with people with PTSD or stress. In that interview, you all were asked her about what kind of gun it was, right?
Correct.
Was it one like we carry, or was it one of those with a round thing on it?
I think
She goes, I don't know.
I think Investigator Warlaw said a wheel gun.
And then said, like in the movies, the ones they use for Russian roulette. Remember that?
If that's what he said, is that what he said or me?
You played the video?
If that's what I said, then I agree with you.
Yeah.
Sir, if that's what I said, then
Oh, no,
I agree.
I don't want you just to agree with me for the sake of agreeing with me.
This lawyer is so combative and
We'll clear it up
unprofessional.
for you.
Just refer back to the interview.
What I mean,
Let me ask you,
is he running his?
I don't know. I don't know. He goes to the PAL auction.
She has told you that she's nervous being in that room because she was raped by a police officer, right?
Yes, sir.
You and Wardlaw both heard that.
Yes, sir.
Right. And so that's when you start out yelling and screaming at her.
Oh my
And
God.
A little while later, you kind of work through the process, and we arrive at this moment on the video in the interview where you're talking about this 300 and what color it is.
Oh,
and who
behind
drives it.
Walmart Clinton Highway, everybody's cars.
We're pretty certain it's white. But you know, Jones in there. And he had a hat on. Do you
I
know?
don't know.
Because we've got witness. What was he wearing?
He had on a black shirt. And he had a black hat on.
Did he say anything to you? Did you ever see him when you first got home?
No.
Do you think he might have been, you think he really was following you?
I think that he was just watching.
I think you're right. I think the video is going to tell us that he was probably.
Now, we're all friends again because she's agreed with you that it's probably Antoine, right?
And are you asking me how we got to the point this may be domestic related? Is that what you're asking me?
We'll get to that. But at this point in the interview, you're no longer yelling and screaming at her because she's agreed with you guys that Antoine did.
At this point, I don't know what to believe.
For you to come home. We knew this is domestic. And we figured the whole time that you're scared. We understand it. We just don't want you to lie to us. You know, it's more this. You're okay. You're okay. You lost the baby. Come here. Come on.
Now, given that she has told you she's uncomfortable because there's 2 male police officers in the room and she was raped by a male police officer 18 months before, did you think this was an appropriate act?
I can't speak for investigators.
Speak for him. Is that an appropriate act?
That's a consoling act to me.
Consoling act.
We were concerned about the 5-year-old little girl. This is tragic any way you look at it, sir.
I'm talking about the young woman who was in your room.
She looks like she's pretty receptive of it. She didn't back away.
How many
Is-
guns was she wearing?
Is he trying to suggest that this defense is?
There are 2 guns in that room, and we never threatened her with a gun.
No, but you're 2 male officers in the room, and she's just explaining to you she was raped by a cop, and that makes her scared. So one of them decides hugging her might be a good idea, right?
If that's what he did.
And if that's what he did,
Yeah.
what the heck would you call that?
Sir, he hugged her. I will agree with you.
Now, and then at the end of this interview, you go through her purse, right?
And Wardlaw goes through the purse. I'm standing by. Yes, sir.
She's got a bunch of pill bottles in there.
People have pill bottles all the time.
Well, they're for her prescription, right?
Sir, if you're asking me, did I know she was diagnosed with
No,
PTSD?
that's not what I'm asking.
Yes, sir.
I'm asking you, went through her purse, right?
Yes, sir.
She had lots of pill bottles.
Sure.
One of them, you ask her what you ask what it's for, and she says, I have shingles.
Is that what Wardlaw asked her, or did I ask her
I
that?
think Wardlaw asked her
Okay.
while you're standing there.
Okay, if that's what he asked, sure.
And you said what? You got shingles and you let him hug on you?
Yeah, okay, I
He's got
did
a
say
young
that.
child.
Yes, he does have young children.
Who hugged on who?
He.
Why are you giving her a hard time about having shingles when
I thought this
Wardlaw
was a
gets
murder
rape
trial.
victim and decides to hug her in an emotional moment in an interview?
Investigator Wardlaw hugged her.
Okay,
so we
this-
will agree with that.
And you jumped on her for allowing him to do that when she had shingles.
I think it
Building
was.
rapport again?
Did I jump on her? Can we watch it? Am I laughing? I don't understand what
Look
you're.
at these
what-
2
I mean, I
people
don't think
attacked.
I
jumped
don't
on her.
understand either, officer.
The defense
That's
attorney
what's going on.
murdered by
I think
shingles.
there's mischaracterizations here. I think I laughed about it and said, why would you let him hug or her hug on each other? However I described it.
That defense attorney reminds me of somebody. It's like he's just asking questions to pick to. It is. It really is, Johnny.
So your little boy can't speak very well right now. So he talks pretty well. So he understands everything.
Oh yeah, my mom had shingles, and another good friend of mine had shingles. It's horrible.
Shingles contagious.
It's horrible, horrible, horrible.
You're 6 years old.
I remember when David Letterman had shingles. He was notoriously never absent for his show until he got shingles, and then he was out for weeks.
I don't see that in here.
Thank you, Bogart. That is helpful information. Or if you've been right, here's a version of the. It is a version of that virus, that same virus.
So your little boy can't speak very well right now.
Yeah, I got a shingles vaccination too.
So he understands everything.
You know, my mom actually, I gotta say, yeah, my mom did have chicken pox as a child, and then she did get shingles later.
Damn. Hey, and he's got a small child.
I told him to really like to talk to him. So what's this one? Clover, what's that?
I have shingles with stress.
Well, that is no good. You got all kinds of contagious, are you? You just now you let me hug on you, tell me you got shingles.
Damn. Hey, and he's got a small child.
This is love.
What's this? Fluoxetine or whatever.
So that was just a joke to you?
I think I was laughing, to be honest with you.
I think you were laughing too.
Sure.
I think you weren't taking her feelings into consideration, were you?
I was,
What is this, like berate the
sir.
I'm sorry, that's
officer
not a
day?
question because you're not rolling your eyes and I don't want the jury to be involved.
Ladies and gentlemen, we need to take a matter out of your absence. Step out, please. All rise.
This defense attorney is he's just being an attack dog. So I watched yesterday I watched a little bit of testimony from this hearing or from this trial of the officer, the first responding officer that came, and he choked up on the stand. So she's like, wow, this is a really weird courtroom, you guys. What a weird courtroom. That is freaking bizarre. I've never seen anything like it. The defense, maybe the judge called the defense attorney back. I'm sorry. I'm going to need to scroll this back a bit and see how this all started.
You guys changed from the inspector or from
For the defense. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you had a good evening. We are still in the state's case in chief. The state has concluded its direct examination of Detective Riddle. You are now recognized, Mr. Whalen, for cross-examination.
Thank you. Morning.
This is Tennessee. Yes, Tennessee.
Detective,
Whatever you want to call me, you can call me by Tim.
I think you guys changed from inspector or from investigators to detectives at one point or one the other way?
Yes, sir. Good morning, by the way.
Good morning. You and I have different jobs in this system, right?
Correct, sir.
But some of it's similar. I have to I have to talk to witnesses, interview witnesses, talk to the accused, right?
Yes, sir.
And similarly, when folks meet me for the first time, they don't know me. They don't know if they can trust me, right?
Correct.
And when they meet you, they don't know if they can trust you.
Absolutely.
I find that I have to work to gain that trust. Do you?
I think I would describe it as building rapport.
Okay. Now, in your testimony yesterday.
So this woman is on trial for the alleged murder of her 5-year-old little girl by gunshot wound. And I heard the officer who first responded to the home testify, and he's a officer who's been on the force for 7 years, and he nearly broke down on the stand talking about finding this little girl. And the mother who's in the courtroom and is accused is sitting right there with everybody. Still no movement in Hannah Gutierrez's room. So he literally, this man came in, he saw this little girl on the couch, 5 years old, shot, probably dead. He picks her up and runs her outside to the ambulance, but she was already gone. And this lady in the courtroom, who has a wild lawyer. I mean, this lawyer, it just, to me, this is how you behave when you have no case. You attack the interrogating officer. Now, maybe I'm missing something, and maybe there was something that horrible that went on with this interrogating officer, but Solo. You're so funny.
Today, you said that your unit handles rapes, robberies, murders, other violent crimes, or they did at the time, right?
At the time, yes, sir.
Now you're mostly homicide.
Yes, or shootings.
Excuse me?
Shootings.
I think it's a public defender, Johnny.
And when you met Ms. Howington at her home on the 14th of September, 2019, you didn't know anything about her, did you?
No, sir. First encounter I've ever had with her.
And when you initially interviewed her there at the house, you did it with a digital recorder, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's what we heard yesterday.
Yes, sir.
And according to my count on that, at about 2 minutes and 40 seconds in, 2 minutes and 35 seconds, she says, I have PTSD, I have post-traumatic stress disorder.
Yes, sir. I heard that yesterday as well.
Did you hear that on September 14th of 2019?
I don't recall. Just going back, I probably did, but I'm not real sure. I'm not sure if I recall that.
And then when you interviewed her there at the house, right?
Yes, sir.
And it was because you needed to interview her that she was not allowed to ride in the ambulance with her daughter to the hospital. Is that correct?
I'm not sure of protocol on that. The little baby had already been, or the 5-year-old had already been transported, and she was still on scene. I'm not real sure. You know, we were dealing with a 2-year-old there as well, so I'm not sure the circumstances when the ambulance took off with the child. I'm sure they wanted to get medical attention to her.
Bogart, I know what you mean when you say he reminds me of the attorney for the young woman in Georgia who shot the man after following him from. That lawyer was much better than this lawyer, in my view. That lawyer, he actually kind of sounded like he knew what he was doing. This guy just sounds like he needs to attack somebody. Like he just needs to attack. And one of the big lines that they keep using in this trial is that the woman has PTSD. So since she has PTSD, she they're attaching all kinds of behaviors to her that should not be attached to somebody just because they have PTSD. You know, it's being used as a sword and a shield. It's an excuse and anyway, and it's Steve time. Steve is here now, needing my attention.
And a KPD officer, we've seen the video, transported her to the hospital.
Correct.
And you weren't at the hospital?
No, sir. I sent Brandon Wardlaw to the hospital.
Wardlaw was at the hospital. And you weren't in the room when the doctor came in to tell her that her daughter had died?
Absolutely not.
Detective Wardlaw was?
I would assume, yes, sir.
You and he didn't talk about that?
I don't recall. I know he was there, so I can only assume that he was probably present.
Well, you and
Music City Mom, we're watching this while we wait for the Rust court to come in. The Rust court hasn't come in yet, so they should be in any moment. They are an hour late. They're an hour late. So we're supposed to hear closing arguments today after a couple of after presumably more witnesses. So we are watching this while we're waiting for the other trial to come in. So we have not heard closing arguments. So that's for you and anybody else who is interested. Apparently, yes, Tiggy Girl, she is diagnosed with PTSD and medicated for PTSD, but there is no specific medication for PTSD. You can't take one medication for PTSD. You take medications that deal with your PTSD symptoms, which are anxiety and depression and other things. So anyway, is he supposed to testify? They'll read. If he does, wow. Well, I guess we'll see. They're not there yet. They're not there. Maybe they're having some sort of argument about all of this.
Reached some conclusions fairly early on that you didn't think Miss Howington in your interview at KPD after the hospital seemed appropriately distressed or emotional.
I think yesterday I told the jurors that I'm not sure how I know people react different, and I've done a lot of scenes, so I'm not sure what the appropriate way someone reacts. Everybody handles stress different.
Given that you had that concern, there were times when you and Wardlaw left the room during that interview, right? All the blank spaces we cut out.
There were times we would come back and forth. Yes, sir.
Did you ever ask him what she was like at the hospital? And
I don't recall, sir.
So it really wasn't that big a concern to you why she might be in the emotional state she was in.
We were investigating the death of her 5-year-old child.
I understand that. So at the time you were investigating that, you knew she had PTSD.
Based upon what she told me, yes.
Right. Well, yeah. At the end of that interview, you went through her purse and saw all the psych meds that were in there, and she said that was for PTSD, right?
That's what she conveyed to Detective Wardlaw.
And those were all prescription bottles.
Yes, sir.
With her name.
Yes, sir.
Her prescription.
Sure.
And in your developing of rapport with Miss Howington, and you asked what was wrong, why she was wasn't really talking to you much. And she said, I'm a little nervous, I'm scared. I was raped by a police officer.
She did. She said that early on in the interview, and then she said it again. Yes.
Right. And what was your response?
I think we saw it yesterday, sir.
Well, let me ask you, do you, as a professional investigator, who also investigated at that time, at least, rapes, do you get training on how to deal with a rape victim?
Sir, what happened to her is tragic, and I do not condone that. But at that point in time, I thought she was deflecting, and I thought she was not being honest about the death of her 5-year-old child.
Detective, as a professional who deals with rape.
I tried EMDR. I've heard it didn't work for me, but I don't think I was in the right place for it, Johnny. It didn't really work for me, but it may work for me now. But at the time it didn't do anything because I don't think I was in the right place for it. So what really bothers me about this particular case is how this particular lawyer, her defense attorney, is completely mangling what it means to have PTSD and how people should look at people with PTSD. You know, like, so you don't, the lawyer's trying to put this protective plastic bubble around her and say, no, regardless of what her weird response is to the fact that her daughter is dead laying next to her, it's all because of PTSD. It could just be that she's a terrible person. You know, you could be PTSD does not shield you from emotions. In fact, it makes emotions much more vivid and much more feelable. It brings emotions to the surface. It makes it much more difficult to regulate your emotions. You may dissociate a little bit in terrible situations, but you're not always going to maintain be in a dissociative state. And, I just, and there are so many people with PTSD, especially undiagnosed, that we really need to understand much more about it before going around talking about it. And yes, they are saying that she shot the child on purpose. And they are still not in the court. It's crazy, man. What is going on in New Mexico? Why? I'm gonna hit play on this and I'm gonna look and see if there's any news on Twitter about what's going on in Mexico. New Mexico.
Rape cases. Do you get training on how to deal with rape?
I've dealt with several rapes over my career.
Do you get training on how to deal with rape?
Yes, sir.
Would you say that's what you did in response to her informing you she was nervous because she's in a little room with 2 male police officers and 18 months before she was raped by a male police officer?
I think at the point where I got a little out, well, let's just say frustrated. I was extremely frustrated. Yes, sir.
Oh, but that's not what you said.
Yes, sir.
No, you told Wardlaw says, you say, I'm sorry, after you work through all that after a bit, you say, we came off, I'm sorry, I came off a little like an asshole. I'm sorry.
Okay.
And Wardlaw says, we're dealing with a 5-year-old. We take this seriously.
Yes, sir.
And you said, no, I'm angry.
I was
He
angry.
says, no, we take this seriously. And you said, no, I'm angry.
I agree.
Who were you angry at?
I was angry with Miss Hallington.
The grieving mother.
I would disagree with your explanation. I'm not sure how she was grieving, but to not cooperate with an investigation baffled me.
2 minutes and 40 seconds into your interview, 10 minutes and 30 seconds into your interview, you were so angry with her that you leaped from the chair and start screaming at her, come over the table, pointing your finger and saying, are you fucking kidding me? Your daughter's dead and that's what you're concerned about?
Yes, sir, I said that.
You're damn right you're going to jail tonight.
She was tampering with evidence.
Which you said, I don't care about tampering with evidence charges.
I don't. I want her to be truthful about the death of her child.
Because to you, truthful is important, right?
Truth is important.
And you accused her of being untruthful.
Very untruthful.
And she told you, let's be clear, you eventually find
I'm back, you guys. I'm sorry. I had to restart this stupid Wi-Fi and what it does to me sometimes. It's crazy. Now, let me pull this back up again. Sorry, y'all. Sorry. Oh, all right, they're here. Wait a minute. What the hell?
We're then going to interview Ms. Howington. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you see what we have displayed up here on the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that look like something that you recognize?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the third floor interview room. You'll see on the top of the picture, it says room 302. That was the old police department. We had 3 interview rooms up there.
Okay. And so up at the top, it says room 302, like you just indicated, and then it also says 9/14/2019. Is that correct?
Correct.
I'm assuming that's the date of this interview.
That is correct.
And then it also lists the time as 22:58:35. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what?
Issues. So they're still not there. So it apparently what's going on is there are jury instructions going on. So I went to Twitter, the artist formerly known as Twitter, and that's what they say is going on.
Yes, sir.
If I'm driving my car home tonight, somebody turns quick in front of me and hits me, is there a motive for them hitting?
No, it's an accident.
It's an accident. So you do recognize that accidents can happen.
I would agree with you, sir.
I'm trying to see where we got to this contentious moment with the.
No, there was consent for the phone, consent for the search of the house. But you read her that, right?
Yes, sir.
And it does say if you decide to speak with us, you can stop at any time.
I agree with exactly what you said.
Oh my God, Music City Mom.
Now, at one point.
Wow.
And it's the results of such are not admissible. You offered to let her, you said, well, why don't you take the lie detector test?
Did I say that a word long? Okay, sure.
And what do you remember what her response was?
Sure.
What'd she say?
I'm trying to get a reaction out of her. She said, sure.
She said, yes, I'll do it.
Sure.
After that, when you kept questioning her, she said, why don't you give me the lie detector test? She asked you about 3 or 4 times, didn't she? In the end, you say, we're not going to do that.
We're not. That's on me.
So would you like to call that a fib or a lie?
I think it's if I want to administer that. I asked her a question, and then I said, no, we're not going to do that. Did I?
What do you consider a lie detector test? And what you're doing, I understand, this is a technique. This is how you get people to say things you want them to say, right?
You're a well-versed lawyer. Yes, sir.
So the lie detector is a tool, right?
It's an investigative tool. It's not admissible in court.
And but it's a great tool to say, well, if you didn't do it, take a lie detector.
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of screws up the plan when they say, okay. And you say, well, this doesn't seem right either. Well, why don't you give me the lie detector test?
I agree with you.
And this doesn't make sense either.
I agree with you.
She said, why don't you give me a lie detector test?
I agree with you, sir.
And then you just say,
I agree with everything you just said.
Those were lies. You can call them investigative techniques. You weren't going to give her a lie detector test, were you?
If you're calling me a liar, I disagree with you.
Were you going to give her a lie detector test?
We did not have a polygrapher there at nighttime. So no.
You would have given her one the next day, couldn't you?
I'm not going to do that.
Then why offer it?
So the lawyer is tearing this detective apart on the stand for lying during the investigation, when I'm sure that this lawyer knows that it is very common practice to lie to suspects in investigations and in interrogations. It's very common. Not that it's awesome, not that it's a great thing to do, but it's a very common thing that they do to get information out, to try to manipulate. They do. They manipulate people into lying. Or into coming forward, whatever. They manipulate people. They literally do. So he's being interrogated by the defense attorney for interrogating, for basically for doing his job. And yeah, it's ugly. It's ugly what the cops do sometimes to get their job done, unfortunately.
Why bait her?
You told the jurors it's an interview technique.
And it's also a lie if you have no intention to do it.
I disagree with your characterization of that.
I understand you do.
Well, the lawyer knows that it's common for them to lie, and that it's not illegal for them to lie during these investigations. It's not illegal for them to do that. And this lawyer knows it, but the jury doesn't always know that. So he's clearly putting this lawyer in a bad light for the jury.
In her interviews, you have said that she changed her story many times.
I believe so.
In the interviews, from beginning to end, who was the first person that brought up Antoine Oliver as a possible suspect?
Brandon Wardlaw.
Not her.
No.
And y'all talked about that, her history with her, and so, come on, man, it looks like it could have been him. And then Wardlaw says something about, I'm just going to shoot straight with you. I think he did. And you said, I think so too. He hit the nail on the head.
Hammer and nail.
Hammer and nail.
Yes, sir.
She hit the nail on the head. It's Antoine. Right?
That was the figure of speech I used.
And then after a while, what did she say to you? And then you asked, is it possible? Do you think Antoine could have done this to his daughter? And you remember what she said?
No.
She said no.
Mm-hmm.
No, I can guarantee it. He didn't do it. Right? I promise you.
Sure.
He didn't do it.
At that time, she was still on an unknown blackmail.
Oh, well, y'all had just thrown Antoine under the bus and said it's Antoine. We think it's Antoine. You said, yeah, I knew all along this was domestic. That makes sense, and you're scared of him, so you wouldn't tell us that. You changed the story to Antoine. She then, after about 10 or 15 minutes of Antoine.
Yeah, that's a good question, Music City Mom. Is he going to press charges? That sounds like a pretty scary situation. I hope both of them are okay.
Antoine did it. Antoine did it. She says, you're right. You're right. You're right. I can't do this anymore. That's what she said.
Do you want me to explain to the jurors how we got to Antoine and why we thought Antoine could possibly be involved? There's 8 reports listed in the database involving her and Antoine. Very volatile relationship. She very well could be a battered woman. I don't know, but the reports are ugly. But not only in some of the reports she's a victim, but in some she's listed as a suspect. So that's where we are. We are trying to come to some reasoning why someone would come into the home and kill this 5-year-old little girl. We didn't believe it was an unknown blackmail. There has to be motive, Mr. Whalen. That's where we were going. Could a domestic be a motive? Yes, absolutely. We're not going to force her to lie about that.
Let me ask you this. You said that in the interview too. There has to be a motive.
Yes, sir.
We'll try to. If I'm driving my car home tonight, somebody turns quick in front of me and hits me. Is there a motive for them hitting?
No, it's an accident.
It's an accident. Mm-hmm. So you do recognize that accidents can happen.
I would agree with you, sir.
And so there doesn't have to be a motive for an accident, does there?
There has to be a motive with the information we were just given that a black male, an unknown black male, walked into the house and shot a 5-year-old child. That's where we are in this investigation. We're not to Gavin yet. We're still trying to develop a suspect.
And once she had told you about the September 12th incident with Antoine.
Yes, sir.
And given the history you had already researched before this interview, you had to know that sounded about right.
There was no report made on September the 12th, to my knowledge.
The actions sounded about right.
Oh, hey.
What you're looking at the screen right there is the Rust movie shooting trial. Johnny, that's a little bit intentional. This is what it looks like at the Rust movie shooting trial. They're not in court yet. So we're watching other trials that are on right now. We're watching a different trial until the Rust trial comes on.
Confirmed that. You corroborated that, speaking with Antoine and with Callie.
Sure.
Sounds like a very sad situation, City Mom.
And so at some point when she talks about in saying that Antoine was the one that did it and Antoine was in the room, and she's talking
No worries,
about
Karen.
he shows up and he's acting an ass and he's screaming and angry because Callie's around. She's telling you the same story she told you about Thursday, right? She's just melding it in.
I don't know what she's telling me.
Well, you know the words she's telling you. She told you those same words about.
So my understanding is that what they're doing right now in the Rust movie trial is they're doing jury instructions. They have not done closing arguments. They have not. The other trial that has started today is the James Crumbley trial, but they are in jury selection and that is not streamed. So we can't watch that. So, you know, hoping that they start very soon so that they can get everything done today like they said. But I don't know why. The other thing is it's a little odd order for them to be doing jury instructions. Usually they don't do the jury instructions. And I think maybe what they're doing, they're not doing the jury instructions. They're preparing and they're agreeing on jury instructions in the Rust trial so that they can give jury instructions to the jury when closing arguments are over and both sides have rested. So they're doing jury instructions. That's apparently what they're doing right now, is they're doing jury instructions, not motions. So we're just watching this while we wait for them to come back.
Thursday. Then she actually told you it was on Friday.
She told Warlaw that because Warlaw was getting into that a little bit more. Yes, and I'm listening.
You're sitting in the room.
Sure.
You weren't sleeping.
No, sir.
And then she tells you about that it was one time. She says that incident actually happened on Friday.
I think so.
And then during the interview, she said, "What day is this?" Remember?
Yeah.
You had to tell her it's Saturday.
Saturday the 14th, and actually the incident occurred on the 12th.
Right.
September the 12th.
So you think she was lying when she told you it was Friday the 13th?
Well, no.
She was just confused.
Sure, absolutely. People get confused all the time.
Especially if they got PTSD and they got a shooting in their house and their daughter dies. That's it.
How do you get confused about your daughter dying?
Oh,
I don't know that.
You kept saying it. Your daughter's dead. And she said, "I know." She wasn't confused at all about that, was she?
Sir, we will agree to disagree. I would never, speaking for myself, would never be confused about the death of my child.
I hope you never find out.
I hope I don't.
But right now, you can't tell us from your personal.
Oh, I can tell you I would be honest about it.
You can tell me you think you would be if you could remember, if you had the facts straight, if it was within 48 or 72 hours.
Yes,
you have to meld them together and figure out what's right.
Yeah.
I'm just fascinated by the way this lawyer is questioning this detective. It as if the detective is the one that committed the murder, and he's finding some hole to climb through to make him guilty of the actual murder or something like that. He's extremely aggressive and extremely combative and unprofessional in many ways and insulting.
September 17th. Were you the one that set that up?
I believe the totality of that was she was taken into custody after she got back from the funeral home.
Did you or Wardlaw call her and ask her where she was? And found out
I don't know the details, but we let her do what she needed to do about the funeral arrangements, and then we wanted to bring her back in. She had a warrant on file, and we wanted to continue this interview. Yes, sir.
So the second interview is now the woman who has PTSD, had a gunfire in her home. Her 5-year-old child was shot. She was taken away from the home and not allowed to go in with the ambulance to the hospital. She goes to the hospital. She's told her son, her daughter's dead. She's then 45 minutes later taken for an interview. 3 days later, once you find out she's getting the funeral arrangements made, someone followed her from the funeral home to the Kroger, to the gas station, to her house, and then you showed up with cops there.
Was that 72 hours later? Because maybe her memory's a little bit better. I'm not sure.
It might have a chance. You already did
I'm just saying, you said 70, that she needs a little bit of time.
I did say that. And I said, you followed her to her house and had a bunch of cops there.
There's cruiser video. We treated her with the utmost respect. I don't even think we handcuffed her when we put her in the back of the car.
Right after she got through making her funeral
Yes,
arrangements, you treated her
it's
with
tragic.
utmost respect.
It's so tragic.
I have a moment. Yeah.
Redirect.
Yes, sir. All right, Investigator Riddle, Mr. Whalen was asking you about your initial interaction with the defendant in this case. And he was asking about her demeanor. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And I think he was asking you some questions about what was it about her demeanor that made you think she was being deceptive. Do you recall him asking you that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you, we're going to start here. When you start that first interview with her, the first interview that we watched on video, I'm not talking about the one at the scene, but the first one where she comes in and she sits and talks. At that point in time, setting her demeanor aside, okay? So put that completely aside. Was there anything else in your mind that had happened that caused you concern?
I already knew what happened at the hospital.
Okay. And so when you sat down and you talked to the defendant initially at the police station, you already knew about what had happened at the hospital. Is that correct?
Are you talking about where I come in? I came in, I explained the process because.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about once you talked to her the first time, the
Yes.
recorded interview that you
Yes.
did, where you sat her down and she's talking to you in the interview room. Is there any, setting her demeanor aside, was there anything else that caused you concern about anything else that had happened?
The destroying of the phone.
Yes. And so that was one thing that had caused you concern. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you also recall that there was some concern you had about what she had said initially to you?
Yeah, there was some concern about suspect.
And so specifically, whenever you talked to her at the initial scene, and she was talking about a Black person that did it, and then she was talking about seeing that person from inside the house. I believe she also described the type of vehicle that person was driving. Tell the jury about what you were thinking when she was telling you that.
Well, when she told me that again, I go back into the simple fact that she's in that middle room in the long distance. How were you able to observe that vehicle that's at that distance and know it's a Chrysler 300? That's a specific car, a black car in the middle of the night. I just thought that was a little weird initially right off the bat.
Okay, so even setting aside how she was acting, the fact that she had described this black Charger from a vantage point where you didn't think she could have been able to see it, and the fact that she had attempted to destroy her phone, she had put it in water and tried to give it to somebody else. Those were two other things that gave you pause. Is that correct?
And this is all before the actual video.
Okay. The defense attorney was asking you about the text messages in this case. And so I just want to kind of give a timeline of where that information came to you. Okay. So can you walk the jury kind of through the evolution of when you became aware of the text messages and when you became aware of the casings and things of that nature?
Well, the text messages were actually several days later. To go back into the phone was turned off. We couldn't get it turned on. It had water on it, and I think it had been bent or broke to a certain extent. So what we did is we had a phone forensic examiner to rebuild that phone so we could do an extraction, a data extraction, and get those text messages. So any text messages taken from that phone would have been days after this event. Now, what was your other question?
The casings, as far as what was going on with the casings.
The casing, I was curious about the casing because I know from my experience, and these things do bounce around, just like Mr. Whalen said, they do bounce around. We couldn't find it initially. I didn't want to disturb anything, but from where that shooting was, they generally spit out to the right. Not all guns, but most guns I've been around. And I just didn't see it lying around on the floor.
Okay. And so you asked Ms. Harrington about the casings several times. Is that correct?
Sure.
Okay, now let me ask you this. You asked Ms. Harrington about the casings, and she never wavered or changed her story at all about what happened with the casings.
No.
Is that correct?
No.
Now, setting that aside, did she waver or change her stories about other things that happened at the scene?
Numerous.
The fact that she was lying about other things and changing her story about other things, was that part of the reason why you were asking her about the casings?
Yes.
As far as the video with the porch, or the video that you can see of the porch.
Yes, ma'am.
In that video, you can see the individual come and park the car. Is that correct?
You talking about the first individual?
Yes.
Yeah, you can clearly see the lights to that car turn off an adjacent street into that roadway driveway is what we would say it is.
Okay. And did that car park directly in front of her house?
It appeared to me it did.
Okay. And it's parallel parked right in front of that house. Is that
Yes.
correct? And those lights stayed on.
They did.
Okay. And so whenever you told Ms. Howington that she had to have seen that car, did you take into the account that it was parked right in front of her house and that the lights were on?
Yes.
Was there anything else you took into account?
Well, it looked like she beckoned someone to come in from the car at one point in the video.
All right, I want to talk about this incident that happened on September 12th, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So Ms. Howington talked to you briefly about something that happened on September 12th. Is that correct?
She did.
Okay, and her version of what happened on September 12th, that changed throughout the interview, correct?
I don't recall a lot of the facts. I think her facts were very limited on what happened on the 12th, and I gained other facts when I interviewed Daniel Hensley.
Okay, so she started out the story about September 12th, and she said that Callie brought a gun out, and then later she tells you she's the one that pulled the gun on September 12th. Is
Yes.
that correct? So
Yes.
that's a change about how
Yes.
the gun got there and who did what.
Yes,
And so her story to you regarding September 12th was she pulled a gun on someone. Is that correct?
she did.
As far as when you spoke to Callie, did he corroborate that she pulled a gun on Antoine on September 12th?
He did.
Did Anton also corroborate that she pulled a gun on him on September 12th?
Yes.
And so as far as her story about how the gun ended up in the closet that day, first thing that she told you was that Callie put it in the closet, correct?
I believe so.
Did she tell you that other people put the gun in the closet as well?
I just recall Callie.
Okay, so she says Callie put the gun in the closet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Here we are, back. Back with this one. Anna looking irritated as usual. Really checking out that jury.
All right, you may be seated. Good morning, jurors. Thank you so much for your patience. All right, next witness.
Jeremy called PJ Pesh.
The sound in there is horrible.
Just stand before the judge, raise your hand.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, have a seat, talk into the microphone. Thank you.
Good morning, sir. And you please tell the jury your full name.
It's Paul Peter Pesh Jr., but I've always been referred to as PJ Pesh.
Mr. Pesh, what do you do for a living?
I direct and write movies and television.
How long have you been in the business of directing and writing movies and television?
35 years.
Can you give the jury a background on your movies that you've directed and kind of a biographical sketch?
Sure. I attended Columbia University and studied under Martin Scorsese and did a short film that traveled around the world. I wound up getting a deal at Paramount in 1990. I directed a film for Roger Corman in 1991 that I wrote and directed. In 1995, I directed a Western with Sam Elliott that we actually shot at Bonanza Creek Ranch. That was also rather lower budgeted, short schedule. I've directed 6 feature films and close to 100 hours of television. I've created television shows, written and sold movie scripts. I've worked for Paramount, Warner Brothers, HBO, Universal, Fox. Anything else?
That's a really good background, and I just want to ask you with regard to the Western on Bonanza Creek. That's also the site of where Rust was found. Is that right?
That's what I understand.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Pesh, it sounds like you have experience also with movies involving firearms.
Yes. Many of the television shows, and I think 4 or 5 of the 6 films, 2 of them were Westerns. One of them was one of the Sniper series with Tom Berenger. One of them was Smokin' Aces, which had a considerable amount of gunfire.
In your work on the movies involving gunfire, have you had the occasion to work with armors and prop masters?
I have.
And actually, in all of the movies you've done, I'm certain you've worked with prop masters.
Yes.
Okay, sir. And with regard to those movies that you've directed in television, have you worked with directors, first assistant directors, and understood people's roles on the set?
I have.
Okay. With regard to armorers, have you ever worked on a prior film in which an armorer had split duties as an armorer and a props?
I have not.
With regard to this situation where there is a gun-heavy set I will represent to you, would you think, in your experience and what you've seen, it would be advisable to have a part-time armorer doing two jobs?
I would say that would be highly inadvisable.
Whose responsibility is it to properly staff with regard to the movie functions?
The line producer or the unit production manager.
When you have a set involving upwards of 20 firearms, would it be, in your experience, possible for a part-time armorer to manage that?
I wouldn't imagine so. One person can, each one of those weapons needs to be tracked pretty consistently for the set to remain safe. So I don't see how a single person can keep their eye on 20 firearms.
With regard to overall set safety and your experience and background, who is in charge of that?
The first AD is considered in all of the published safety advisories, the chief safety officer on the set.
Are you a member of various guilds?
I'm a member of the Writers Guild, the Directors Guild, SAG-AFTRA, which is the Actors Guild, and I also happen to be a member of the Musicians Guild.
Okay, so when you talk about safety rules, are some of those from those guilds?
Yes, there's I can't remember the name of the organization, but they sort of collectively represent all of the various guilds and issue recommendations for safety that they recommend attaching to the call sheet each day.
Is it, in your experience, also something you've seen where there will be daily safety meetings on set, especially in a gun-heavy set?
Expert?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe he can give lay opinions on his experience, but also we would tender him as an expert.
I think we should approach.
Yeah, I think this guy said that he has been in some films. He looks familiar. He definitely talked about working on films with others, with some. They're having an animated discussion at the bench, I guess, about whether this is a expert.
So, Mr. Pitch, you were discussing some of those safety rules. Now, would it be, in your experience, advisable for production to convene daily safety meetings?
Yes, in fact, it's recommended by all of the published literature by the guilds. And it's been they recommend that a safety meeting takes place anytime there's to be any stunts, firearms, special effects. But it's been my experience that in the last 7 or 8 years since the tragic incident with the camera assistant who was killed on the railroad bridge, that every first AD I've worked with, regardless of what's happening that day on the call sheet, has a quick safety meeting, just running over and reiterating basic safe practices.
And you as a director, is that something that you advise and you practice?
I don't give safety meetings. That's the job of the safety officer, the first AD. but I think it's a great idea.
In your experience in interacting with first assistant directors, if, for example, there's a situation where a set is rushing, there's safety issues occurring, does the first assistant director have any responsibility in that respect?
Most definitely.
And what would that be in your experience? What would you expect to see happen?
My experience has been that the first has an announcement to everybody, slow down, this is not safe, or we're not doing this, or just takes charge. And if there's a specific issue with a crew member, they'll pull them aside and discuss the issue and consult with stunts or props or firearms and deal with it.
Is that also true, for example, if you have a issue with an actor, for example, firing a blank after somebody yells cut, what would the first AD be expected to do in your experience?
Speak with them and indicate, look, when cut is called, usually the only person that can call cut is the director, but if it's a safety issue, anybody can call cut. And once cut is called, everything needs to stop, because if there is a safety issue, obviously, that somebody's noticed, nothing else should take place. So yes, the first AD should speak to that performer.
When it comes to safety, what is your view as to everybody's responsibility on set?
Well, again, it's not just my view, but again, in the published literature of the various guilds, they indicate safety is everyone's responsibility. If there's a safety issue, there are anonymous hotlines for anybody to call and raise these issues.
And are those anonymous hotlines, are those published generally in your experience working on set?
They are. Usually they're with that safety recommendations that are attached to the call sheet.
And those hotlines, what do they provide for people to be able to do if they notice a safety failure?
You can call someone from your guild. Each of the studios has their own separate hotline. And as far as I know, that will allow you to anonymously, so you don't, look, if you report something, you could put your career in jeopardy. Nobody wants to do that. But the idea is that a representative can provide that information to somebody who will take action, such as the producer, the UPM, or the first AD.
In your experience, have you worked and seen the interaction between prop masters and armorers?
I have.
And can you tell the jury, in your experience generally, how they interact? Who's in charge of the firearms and who's in charge of the ammunition, and then what the prop master role is?
Well, the prop master, more often than not, hires the armorer, because that's a subset of that department. But the armorer is in charge of all ammunition, all firearms, maintaining them, keeping them safe, and inventorying the ammunition.
With those duties and responsibilities, would you believe it to be important in your experience to accord the armorer adequate time to do those duties?
Yes.
And would it be important to accord adequate resources for that armorer to do those duties?
Yes.
If there is a scenario where the armorer is dealing with a gun heavy set, not having those resources, who would you expect to assist that armor in getting those?
Props.
If there is a situation where there is a scene, a video, something's happening, and both the armor and first assistant director witness a safety violation involving a weapon, for example, what would be your assessment whether one or both of them should say something about that?
I would say both of them should say something about it and figure out why it happened and make sure it doesn't happen again.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
Cross-exam.
Mr. Pesh, I just have a couple follow-up questions for you. Thank you for your time today.
Certainly.
So anyone on the crew can stop filming due to safety concerns, is that right?
That's right.
And that includes Ms. Gutierrez.
That's correct.
And sir, did you read or watch the statements of Ms. Gutierrez in preparation for your testimony?
I did not.
That was my understanding. So are you aware that on October 21st, 2021, Ms. Gutierrez was not inside the church with the gun, not because she was working on props, but because she was just doing some other armor duties?
Objection, Your Honor.
A bench objection. Going to the bench objection in this trial because the prosecutor and the defense attorney always get into arguments in front of everybody. So yes, this Apple, Google, Facebook thing, Apple is able to control which sidebar. Apple is able to control which apps have free and unfettered access to their, be on their phones and in the App Store. And sometimes Apple doesn't agree with the privacy policies of these other companies and these apps, and they shut down certain modes in the app and make things impossible for users. And it is definitely a pissing contest.
Do I need to restate the question? Do you remember?
Yes,
okay.
please.
So my question for you is, we saw some interviews from Ms. Gutierrez, and she does explain that she was not in the church because she was preparing her fanny pack and her blank ammunition for the next scene. You agree that that's sounds like armor work to you, not props work?
Yes.
Okay. And are you also aware, sir, that on the morning of the 21st, when the crew was waiting for replacement camera personnel to arrive, Ms. Gutierrez had approximately 3 hours to work on her preparation for the scenes that day?
I was not aware of that.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Any redirect?
Just very briefly, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Petch, if there was a scene going on inside the church at that time involving Mr. Baldwin and the firearm, if Ms. Gutierrez Reed was not in the church, would you have expected someone to have called her back in?
I would. If there's a firearm on set, there should be an armor on set.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You're excused. Thank you.
I don't think that witness. I don't think any of the witnesses that the defense has called have helped.
Counsel approach.
Counsel has to approach again. There's a very frustrating flow to this trial. When you have to go to the bench every time you have a conversation about something little, like should we take a break or whatever, makes it incredibly, I mean, it doesn't just make it, hard for people who are watching on stream. It's bad for the jury. The jury flow is lost as well. It's bad for both sides. It does not help both sides. Look how animated prosecutor is being. Oh, looks like prosecutor won that one because defense is very frustrated.
Next witness.
At this time, the defense rests.
Okay, thank you. All right, so both sides have rested. It's now my duty to give you the instructions of law.
Looks red.
I'm going to read them to you, and then you will get a copy of the instructions, okay? The instructions I'm giving you
They're
are
doing this
very helpful
closing
for
argument.
the
There's no closing
counsels
argument.
to use in their closing arguments, okay? Which will follow. All right, so instruction number 1, you have heard all the evidence. It is now my duty to tell you the law that you must follow in this case. Instruction number 2, the law governing this case is contained in instructions that I'm about to give you.
So now she's going to read
It is
all
your
the
duty to
instructions that
follow
they
the
were
law
going through
as
this
contained
morning
in these instructions.
to finalize
You must consider these instructions as a whole.
before
You must
closing
not pick out
arguments.
one instruction,
Terrible,
parts of an
terrible,
instruction,
terrible flow.
and disregard others. A copy of these instructions will be given to you when you begin your deliberations. Instruction number 3. The law presumes the defendant to be innocent unless and until you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt of her guilt, his or her guilt. The burden is always on the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. It is not required that the state prove guilt beyond all possible doubt. The test is one of reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense, the kind of doubt that would make a reasonable person hesitate to act in the graver and more important affairs of life. Instruction number 4. You are the sole judges
She
of
looks
the
like
facts in
she's
this
just
case. It is your duty to determine the facts from the evidence produced here
trying
in
to
court.
check out the jury,
Your verdict
figure
should
out
not
what
be
they're
based on
thinking.
speculation, guess, or conjecture. Neither sympathy nor prejudice should influence your
Bailiff
verdict.
had to tell
You are to
prosecutor not
apply
to
the
shake
law
glasses
as
at
stated in
judge.
these instructions to the facts as you find them.
Yeah, she
And
can
in
be
this
very
case, decide
aggressive.
the case. Instruction number 5. Your verdict must represent the considered judgment of each juror. In order to return a verdict, it is necessary that each juror agrees. Your verdict must be unanimous. It is your duty to consult with one another and try to reach an agreement. However, you are not required to give up your individual judgment. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but you must do so only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your own view and change your opinion.
Okay,
if
you
you are
guys, how
convinced
long
it
do
is
you think
erroneous.
the jury will take
But
to
do not
deliberate
surrender your
this
honest
time?
conviction as to the weight or effective evidence solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors, or for the purpose
I
of
think they're
reaching
going
a
to try to
jury
get out of there today.
You are the judges of the facts. Your sole interest is to ascertain the truth from the evidence in this case. Instruction number 6, each crime charged in the information should be considered separately. Instruction number 7, you must not concern yourself with the consequences of your verdict. Instruction number 8, you must not draw any inference of guilt from the fact that the defendant did not testify in this case, nor should this fact be discussed by you or enter into your deliberations in any way. Instruction number 9. You alone are the judges of the credibility of the witnesses and the weight to be given to the testimony of each of them. In determining the credit to be given any witness, you should take into account the witness's truthfulness or untruthfulness, ability and opportunity to observe, memory, manner while testifying, any interest, bias, or prejudice the witness may have, and the reasonableness of the witness's testimony considered in light of all of the evidence in the case. Instruction number 10. You should consider each opinion received in evidence in this case and give it such weight you think it deserves. If you should
Daisy
conclude
says
that the
15
reason
minutes.
given
It's going
in
to take
support of the
15
opinion-
minutes.
the reasons given in support of the opinion are not
I don't know if I've
sound,
ever
or
seen
that for any
a
other
jury
reason
take
an
15
opinion
minutes.
is not correct,
Have
you
you?
may disregard the opinion entirely. Instruction number 11. An expert witness is a witness who, by knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education, has become expert in any subject. An expert witness may be permitted to state an opinion as to that subject. You should consider each expert opinion and the reasons
That last
stated for
quote
the
unquote
opinion,
expert
giving them such weight as you
basically
think they
reiterated
deserve.
what the
You
prosecution
may
has been
reject the
saying rather
opinion
than the
entirely
defense.
if you conclude that it is unsound. Instruction number 12.
Is anyone else
For you to find the
thinking
defendant guilty
that
of
Mr.
involuntary
Bowles' head
manslaughter
looks
as charged
very
in count
red
1,
today, like his
the state
entire
must prove
face?
to your satisfaction, beyond a reasonable doubt, each of the following elements of the crime. 1. Hannah Gutierrez endangered the safety of another by handling or using a firearm in a negligent manner. 2. Hannah Gutierrez should have known of the danger involved by Hannah Gutierrez's action. 3. Hannah Gutierrez acted with a willful disregard for the safety of others. 4. Hannah Gutierrez's act caused the death of Helena Hutchins. 5. This happened in New Mexico on or about the 21st day of October 2021. Instruction 12A. For you to find the defendant guilty of involuntary manslaughter in count 1 alternative, the state must prove to your satisfaction, beyond a reasonable doubt, each of the following elements of the crime. 1. Hannah Gutierrez loaded live ammunition into a firearm intended to contain only inert ammunition, and or Hannah Gutierrez failed to perform an adequate safety check of the ammunition she loaded into the firearm. 2. Hannah Gutierrez should have known of the danger involved by Hannah Gutierrez's action. 3. Hannah Gutierrez acted with a willful disregard for the safety of others. 4. Hannah Gutierrez's act caused the death of Helena Hutchins. 5. This happened in New Mexico on or about the 21st day of October 2021. Instruction number 13. For you to find the defendant guilty of negligent use of a deadly weapon as a lesser included offense charged in count 1, the state must prove to your satisfaction, beyond a reasonable doubt, each of the following elements of the crime. 1. The defendant endangered the safety of another by handling or using a firearm in a negligent manner. 2. This happened in New Mexico on or about the 21st day of October 2021. Instruction number 13A. For you to find the defendant acted negligently in this case, you must find that the defendant acted with willful disregard of the rights or safety of others and in a manner which endangered any person or property. Instruction 13B. In addition to the other elements of tampering with evidence, the state must prove to your satisfaction, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the defendant acted intentionally when she committed the crime. A person acts intentionally when she purposely does an act which the law declares to be a crime. Whether the defendant acted intentionally may be inferred from all of the surrounding circumstances, such as the manner in which she acts, the means used, or her conduct. Instruction number 14. You have been instructed on the crimes of involuntary manslaughter and the lesser included offense of negligent use of a firearm as charged in count 1. It is up to you, the jury, to choose the manner and order in which you deliberate on the crimes charged in that count. However, to return a verdict, you must follow the procedure described in the next instruction. Instruction number 15. To aid you in your deliberations and in returning your verdict, you will be provided both guilty and not guilty forms for each of the crimes charged in count 1. Unless you unanimously agree on a verdict, you should not sign a verdict form for that crime. Although you may deliberate on the crimes charged in count 1 in any manner and order which you choose, you must return your verdicts for each offense in count 1 in the order they are instructed. Under this procedure, if you unanimously find the defendant guilty of involuntary manslaughter, you should sign the guilty form for that offense and should not proceed to reach a verdict on the remaining offense in count 1. If after reasonable deliberation, you do not reach a unanimous verdict on involuntary manslaughter, you should not sign a verdict form for that offense and should not proceed to reach a verdict on the remaining offense. You should only return a verdict on negligent use of a firearm if you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of involuntary manslaughter. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, you must sign the not guilty verdict form for involuntary manslaughter before returning a verdict on any other crime charged in count 1. If you unanimously find the defendant guilty of negligent use of a firearm, you should sign the guilty verdict for that offense. If you do not reach a unanimous verdict on negligent use of a firearm, you should not sign a verdict form for that offense. Instruction number 16. In this case, as to the charge of involuntary manslaughter contained in count 1, there are 4 possible verdicts. 1, guilty of involuntary manslaughter. 2, not guilty of involuntary manslaughter. 3, guilty of negligent use of a firearm. 4, not guilty of negligent use of a firearm. You must consider each of these crimes. You should be sure that you fully understand the elements of each crime before you deliberate further. You have the discretion to choose the manner and order in which you deliberate on this count, but you must return a unanimous verdict of not guilty on involuntary manslaughter before entering a verdict on negligent use of a firearm. You will first decide whether the defendant is guilty of the crime of involuntary manslaughter. If you unanimously find the defendant guilty of involuntary manslaughter, then that is the only form of verdict which is to be signed as to this count. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, then you should sign only the not guilty form as to involuntary manslaughter. If after reasonable deliberation you do not reach a unanimous verdict on involuntary manslaughter, you should not sign a verdict form for that crime, and you should not proceed to reach a verdict on the remaining crime. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, you will then go on to a consideration of the crime of negligent use of a firearm. If you unanimously find the defendant guilty of negligent use of a firearm, then that is the only form of verdict which should be signed. But if you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of the crime of negligent use of a firearm, then you should sign only the not guilty form. If after reasonable deliberation you do not reach a unanimous verdict on negligent use of a firearm, you should not sign a verdict form for that crime. You may not find the defendant guilty of more than one of the foregoing crimes. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the defendant has committed any one of the crimes, you must determine that the defendant is not guilty of that crime. If you find the defendant not guilty of all of these crimes in count 1, you must return a verdict of not guilty as to this count. Instruction number 17. For you to find the defendant guilty of tampering with evidence as charged in count 2, the state must prove to your satisfaction beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements of the crime. 1, the defendant Hannah Gutierrez had a baggie of cocaine by asking Rebecca Smith to take it outside of Hannah Gutierrez's hotel, or hid a baggie of cocaine by asking Rebecca Smith to take it outside of Hannah Gutierrez's hotel room. 2, by doing so, the defendant intended to prevent the apprehension, prosecution, or conviction of Hannah
Prosecutors
Gutierrez
look
for the
sleepy.
crime of involuntary manslaughter. 3, this happened in New Mexico on or about the 21st day of October, 2021. Instruction number 18. A firearm means any weapon which will or is designed to or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the actions of an explosion. The frame or receiver of a firearm, any firearm muffler or firearm silencer. Firearm includes any handgun, rifle, or shotgun. Instruction number 19. In addition to the other elements of the crime of involuntary manslaughter as set forth in instruction number 12A, the state must prove to your satisfaction beyond a reasonable doubt that 1, the death was a foreseeable result of Hannah Gutierrez placing a live round into a firearm intended to contain only inert ammunition, and or Hannah Gutierrez's failure to perform an adequate safety check of the ammunition she loaded into the firearm. 2, the act of the defendant was a significant cause of the death of Helena Hutchins. The defendant's act was a significant cause of death if it was an act which, in a natural and continuous chain of events, uninterrupted by an outside events, resulted in the death and without which the death would have not occurred. There may be more than one significant cause of death. If the acts of two or more persons significantly contribute to the cause of death, each act is a significant cause of death. Instruction number 20. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant's act was a significant cause of the death of Helena Hutchins. An issue in this case is whether the negligence of a person other than the defendant may have contributed to the cause of death. Such contributing negligence does not relieve the
Imagine how the
defendant of responsibility
jurors
for
feel.
an act that significantly
I
contributed
agree,
to the cause
Tiggy
of
girl.
death, so long as the death was a foreseeable result of the defendant's actions. However, if you find the negligence of a person other than the defendant was the only significant cause of death or constitutes an intervening cause that breaks the foreseeable chain of events, then the defendant is not guilty of the offense of involuntary manslaughter. Instruction number 21. Now the lawyers will argue the case. What is said in the closing arguments is not evidence. It is an opportunity for the lawyers to discuss the evidence and the law as I have instructed you. The state has the right to argue first, the defense may then argue, and the state may then reply. Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, looks like we're finally getting to the final arguments.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May it please the court, counsel. I want to begin by thanking you all for your time. I know that this has been a long trial, and I also understand that as jurors, you find yourselves maybe a little frustrated. There's a lot of sitting around and waiting, and we appreciate your time. We appreciate the sacrifice that you make when you leave your jobs and your families and your other responsibilities, and you come to court to participate in a very, very important part of our justice system. So on behalf of the state of New Mexico, we thank you very much for your time. And as you can see on your screens, we end exactly where we began, in the pursuit of justice for Helena Hutchins. I want to start by just generally outlining Hannah Gutierrez failed to maintain firearms safety, making a fatal accident willful and foreseeable. And please keep in mind that omissions can also be willful. So if we fail to do something that we should do, and that failure results in someone's death, then that too can be willful. So I would ask that you keep that in mind as we move through some of the evidence and testimony that you have heard. I know that you have heard a lot, and I do not intend to keep you too long, but I do have to be thorough. I do want to hit some high points. So I do appreciate your patience. Here's what we saw. These videos, if you recall, that were taken by Production Outfitters, they were taken on October 13th of 2021. What these demonstrate to you is that Ms. Gutierrez was unwilling to maintain proper firearm safety repeatedly. And it's really important because this is not a case where Hannah Gutierrez made one mistake, and that one mistake was accidentally putting a live round into that gun. That's not what this case is about. This case is about constant, never-ending safety failures that resulted in the death of a human being and nearly killed another. So let's talk about all of the safety failures that we saw, and the reason that these safety failures prior to October 21st are so critically important to the analysis is because they go to foreseeability. And foreseeability is a very important element in this case. So as we can see here, we have our stuntman with his double barrel shotgun. From watching those videos, what you understood is that Ms. Gutierrez did appear to, in fact, be present, because at times we saw her and at times we heard her. So she wasn't off doing prop duties. She was right there and she never intervened. Gun pointed at a child. Gun pointed at Joel Souza directly at his back. Gun pointed up in the air in the direction of the stunt coordinator. Gun pointed again, apparently in the direction of Mr. Souza, the person on the far right. Gun pointed directly at Mr. Souza again. The firearm in the left hand of the stuntman who is facing you. Firearm pointed directly at a minor child. Firearm pointed directly at the camera.
Those pictures are
Ms.
hard to
Gutierrez holding that same firearm with the muzzle pointed at her own face. This was unexpected. Ms. Gutierrez stood by and did nothing in between scenes when that stuntman, who had certainly been sent the message that he could do whatever he wanted with those guns, no one was going to intervene. The person tasked with intervening was not going to do it. That was clear. He hands the firearm to the child and allows the child to manipulate the gun before then, after a short period of time, perhaps thinking better of it and taking the gun back. This firearm, I actually don't think in this photo that the firearm is pointed at the child. I think the firearm is, based on the angle of the camera, probably more pointed at this person right here. But she's there. We hear her, we see her. She does nothing. Absolutely nothing. This is some of the first evidence that we see where if something doesn't stop, if something doesn't change, she is moving in the direction of potentially a fatal incident, and that is exactly what happened. And I want you to recall Ms. Gutierrez's interview on November 9th when Ms. Gutierrez spoke of the accidental discharge with the other stuntman. Having a complete lack of understanding of her role in safety on this movie set. She's talking about Sarah Zachary, and she was like, well, yours just went off in there after you loaded it. And I said, yeah, well, I can't be responsible for every dickhead fucking stunt guy that gets a hold of the gun and doesn't understand the concept that it's hot. Her entire job is to be responsible for exactly that. And when she took this job She agreed to that responsibility. There is no exception in the law for you're young. The exception in the law does not exist. The law treats everyone the same, and it must. What was the point to the testimony about the lever action rifle? Well, here's the point to the testimony about the lever action rifle. More negligence, more carelessness, more lack of attention to safety. She loaded a lever action rifle with dummy rounds that, by the way, according to the director, was completely unnecessary. Because yes, while it's true, this gun operates in a way where if a certain type of camera angle is hitting it, dummy rounds would be appropriate if the scene calls for loading or cycling. There wasn't a scene that called for that. So she just loaded a lever action rifle with dummy rounds and surprisingly put the wrong caliber round in the gun. That is absolutely an example of someone who is not paying attention, not taking their job seriously. I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the rounds that you've seen because it's critical to tracking the existence of the live rounds on this movie set. And we have spent a lot of time and effort tracking those rounds around that movie set. And we're going to show you that evidence right now. So the important thing to know is that the Seth Kenney dummies, which you are looking at right here, are patinaed. They are distinct. They have an antique coloring. They also have silver primers. These rounds did not come on that movie set until October 12th of 2021 because Mr. Kenney didn't have them. And if you recall his testimony, he was in Texas. So he had to get back, clean them up, and provide them to Sarah Zachary. And that took place on October 12th. This is just simply the primer side of those rounds. You can see that they're dark in color on the primer side, and they do appear to have silver primers. This is a photograph of the 3840 dummies. If you recall Mr. Kenney's testimony, the 3840 dummies came from Billy Ray. And the important thing about this photograph is that none of those dummy rounds had silver primers. And silver primer is a very important piece of this puzzle. This is those same rounds on their side. You can see that they are shiny brass. We also know that they have brass primers. We just saw that. Based on Mr. Kenney's testimony, you know that they were 3840, but there was also some 4440 caliber rounds in that box. Does that matter they're not working? Well, let's stop.
It is now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's take a moment to talk about all this testimony that you've heard about whether or not the live rounds found at PDQ, which are photographed there on the left, match the live rounds found on the set of Rust. You don't have to be a gun expert to look at those and see they simply do not match. Even though you could look at those rounds and fundamentally understand that they are not the same, the police department, the sheriff's department sent them to the FBI for testing so that we could actually have some experts confirm what we can see with our very own eyes. And what you have in evidence, if you want to see them in real time, you have States Exhibit 79, you have States Exhibit 91. States Exhibit 79 is a disassembled live round from PDQ props. States Exhibit 79 is a disassembled live round from the set of Rust. You can look at them, you can see the projectiles are different, you can see that perhaps the primers are even different. If you recall, Ms. Popple indicated there were only 10 silver primered live rounds found at PDQ. The rest of them were brass. The other thing that you can just see with your eyes is the gunpowder in these is substantially different. It has a different chemical composition. So any argument that could ever be made in this case that Seth Kinney was the source of these live rounds is absolutely dishonest. Now, I'm going to ask you to take a walk in the weeds with me here, okay? This is a photograph of October 10th of 2021. You can see the color of the rounds at the top. Those are brass primered rounds. The rounds in the bottom appear to be lighter, and I would suggest to you, based on the totality of the evidence that we're going to go through, that you are looking at live rounds. And keep in mind, anything that you see on the set of this movie that is a revolver ammunition, prior to October 12th, if it has a silver primer, it's a live round. Because the silver primered dummies didn't come on set for 2 days after this photograph was taken. Here's our comparison photo
Interesting.
that Mr. Primo put together for us. And if you need it when you're reviewing the evidence and doing your deliberations or engaging in your deliberations, I have included it for you. But we're going to do a comparison here in a moment. Now, the importance of this photograph, still October 10th of 2021. There appears to be revolver ammunition in the background there at the top. 2 of those have silver primers. The problem with that is the silver primer dummies weren't there yet, but the live rounds were. And there's your close-up. It's absolutely undeniable. Is it blurry? Yes. Can you clearly see the difference? Absolutely. All of these photos that you're looking at were October 10th. Now, let's move to October 13th of 2021. I invite you to look at that photograph carefully and ask yourselves, which of these is not like the others? It's the third one from the left. Look at the shape of that projectile and look at the color of the brass. So on October 13th, Mr. Kinney's dummies have arrived on set. They are the only dummy rounds with silver primers, but they are patinaed in color. So when you look at this round, it appears to be a spot-on match for the live rounds, but unfortunately we can't see the primer in this photo, so we can't tell if this is a brass primered dummy. That's the reason that we watched thousands of videos and looked at thousands of pictures, because then we move to the production outfitter videos from October 13th, the same day. And we're looking at that same gun holster that was provided to Mr. Baldwin. And there you see it. The third one down has a silver primer. And now you know it is a live round. You know that because it's not a Seth Kinney dummy. If it were, it wouldn't have that shiny brass color. So there's your live round. We've seen it on October 10th. We've seen it on October 13th. And there's absolutely no way that the lighting is playing tricks on our eyes when we're looking at these enhanced photos, because you see it frame after frame after frame. And now let's move to October 15th. Karen Kuhn arrives on set. I think she was probably there long before the 15th. She is taking photos. She took approximately, as she testified, 9,000 photos. So on the 15th,
That sounds like a lot, but it's very normal for movie set photography.
there it is. There's your silver primer. It's just been moved to a different location in the holster because they're pulling dummy rounds from here, there, and everywhere and putting them in belts and putting them in guns and doing whatever they want to do. But there it is. It's right there on October 15th. And if you think I'm stretching it, let's have a look at what we've got here. This is the gun belt that was assigned to actor Jensen Ackles. Because his gun belt was not a shoulder holster, we weren't able to find any photos or videos of it in the thousands and thousands and thousands that we reviewed, because they're always covered by his coat. There is the evidence photo of the Baldwin holster on October 21st when it is taken into evidence. You have a Seth Kinney dummy at the top. You have what the FBI determined to be a live round in the second spot, and then you've got 3 brass primered dummies. October 17th, October 21st.
I agree. It's a very clear.
So the video that Mamie Mitchell laid the foundation for, she said that according to her notes, the filming was done on the 17th. Mr. Primo said that he believed, according to the camera, it was the 18th. Take whatever date you want. That's a match. Seth Kinney dummy at the top, live round next. You've got 3 brass primer dummies on the 21st, 4 brass primer dummies on the 17th or 18th. But it is shockingly the same. And there is no question that this one right here is a live round. It was sent to the FBI and they confirmed it. This is Ms. Gutierrez talking about her bringing these dummy rounds on set. I had a multitude of the ones with holes and the ones that you shake, so yeah. And I checked those all and I put them into 2 things. And then we start talking about boxes. Obviously, when she says things, she's talking about boxes. They usually had JS on them. This is one my dad sent me, and mine are usually beat up pretty bad, like they're very dirty and gross. She's talking about the box and the styrofoam insert. The box and the styrofoam insert, she's saying, are dirty. Hers, the ones that she brings on set, are dirty. They're not new and clean like some of the other ones. Detective Hancock asks her, this is the one that was or handed that you guys had said that you had pulled from. This is that moment in that interview where Ms. Gutierrez has already shown Hancock the photo from her dad, and an hour or two later, Detective Hancock decides that now is the time to show her the photo of the box of dummies she was pulling from that day, and it won't surprise you to learn they're a spot-on match. You have the styrofoam insert from that box of dummies here in evidence, and the reason that we gave it to you so that you can actually look at it in real time and not look at a photograph is because it's kind of dirty and gross. It kind of fits exactly the way that she described it. But there are some characteristics of this styrofoam insert that are going to become more important. Any suggestion by the defense that somehow the box of dummy rounds that Ms. Gutierrez said she was pulling from was swapped out with something different is absolute nonsense. First of all, you know that because you can see the live rounds. If you don't think you can see them on the 10th, and you don't think you can see them on the 13th, and you don't think you can see them on the 15th, you know you're looking at one on the 17th and 18th. You know you are. So where does the sabotage theory go then? The 17th and 18th, the camera crew hadn't quit yet. Mr. Norvell wasn't on set poking around on the prop cart. Mr. Halls hadn't had an opportunity to spend any time with the gun. They moved directly from that cart right into Lieutenant Benavidez's patrol unit. They go from that patrol unit right into evidence at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department. And on November 9th of 2021, Hannah Gutierrez shows Detective Hancock, now Corporal Hancock, the box of dummies that she and her dad have. And if you listen to Mr. Kenny's testimony, what you understand is that the ammunition from the previous set, that being the old way, Hannah brought leftover dummies from that movie onto the set of Rust. And those 45 long Colt dummy rounds were provided by Thel Reed.
Yikes.
What you are looking at
Yikes.
in this photo is this styrofoam insert. This is the styrofoam insert that had the live round in it. This is the styrofoam insert that came out of the box labeled 45 long Colt dummies with the JS in the middle. Now, let's put it together. Our original evidence photo up here from October 10th, you can see this distinct sort of cut in the styrofoam on that insert that is sitting on her leg on the 10th. You can see that the hole in the styrofoam in the second to the right at the top is dirty. You can see a little bit of grime. You can see it right there. And you're going to take it into evidence and you can look at it closer. You're going to see that there's some damage to the styrofoam separators between these two holes. And what do you know? It's right there. There's a little bit of damage to the styrofoam separators down here. You can see it in the photo on the right. You can look for yourself. It is right here. And what do you know? That silver primered round from October 10th is sitting in the exact same position that it was found on October 21st when the Sheriff's Department collected this box, took it into evidence, and photographed it. Ladies and gentlemen, we call that circumstantial evidence, but that's a mountain of circumstantial evidence.
So she's showing evidence that it was most likely Hannah Reed that brought the live rounds on set, and you can see it from the styrofoam insert.
Prop assistant duties versus armor duties on October 21st of 2021. Let's focus on that day. And listen, I'm not here to tell you that Rust Productions did the right thing when they hired on a part-time armorer and asked her to also spend her time doing props. I think everybody who has testified has said that was a really bad idea. And that's probably part of the reason that they're being sued by a whole bunch of different people. But on October 21st, this was simply not the case. It was not the case on that day. She had 3 hours in the morning waiting for the camera crew to arrive. She had every opportunity to go through that box of dummies, that only had like 30 rounds in it. How long does it take to pull the round out of the box, shake it, and if it doesn't shake, look to see if it has a hole in it, put it back in the box, and do that to each and every one of them? How long does that exercise take? 10 minutes max? That's not hard. The other thing that is very important is Ms. Gutierrez didn't get pulled out of the church because she had to go focus on prop duties. She left the gun in the church contrary to all the industry standards for armorers on movie sets, for firearms safety on movie sets. And she went back out to her cart so that she could start doing other armorer duties. She's getting her fanny pack filled up. Well, we've seen that. She's filling it with blanks. And we know they're about to do a turnaround. They're going to do this quick insert with Baldwin, and then they're going to do the shoot scene, the gunfire scene where they're using blanks, and the law enforcement have come into the church, and there's a shootout. So she goes to get ready for it. She just leaves the gun in there. As you heard from many witnesses, she would leave guns unattended all the time. There was nothing unusual about October 21st that caused her to be unable to stay in the church to properly perform her duties. She leaves the gun. She goes back out because for some reason, with the 3 hours of free time that she had in the morning, she didn't get her fanny pack filled up. She didn't get herself ready for that turnaround. So she leaves the gun. Everybody's heard armorers don't leave the gun.
Hey, Shiv.
Now, let's move over to our tampering with evidence charge. How is getting rid of a bag of cocaine tampering with evidence related to involuntary manslaughter? Well, on October 21st, 2021, the shooting occurs, the incident occurs. Ms. Gutierrez understands that someone has been seriously injured. She does not yet know that that person is not going to live or has already died. She gets interviewed at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office. I will say, surprisingly, 2 occasions after this incident where a helicopter had to come in, ambulances had to come in, Ms. Gutierrez, on 2 occasions after that incident, spoke about her concerns about her career. Wow. That gives you an idea that you are dealing with someone who is not particularly concerned about the health and safety of others. And her job was to be concerned about the health and safety of others. But on that day, she's just thinking about herself. She's put a lady in the hospital, a man in the hospital. She asks to be escorted to the bathroom. Corporal Hancock agrees to do that. And we have her on video on the way there expressing dismay about how this will affect her career. Ouch. After the interview, Hannah goes back to her hotel. Rebecca Smith goes to Hannah's room. She's been summoned by some other folks to try to sort of sit and visit and give Hannah some support. So Rebecca Smith goes to her room, and Rebecca Smith is the person that tells Hannah that Helena Hutchins has now died. And you have to understand, in the mind of Hannah Gutierrez, this investigation went from this big to this big. Because the difference between shooting someone and them living and shooting someone and them dying is a really, really big difference. So she is told by Rebecca Smith, investigation just got giant and very, very serious. So after receiving that information, she offloads this bag of cocaine to Rebecca Smith. Rebecca Smith is a lady that's lived a life. She's used cocaine before, many years previous, but she's used cocaine. She knows what it looks like. She knows how it's packaged. And because she's a former addict, she tosses it in a trash can. When Mr. Bowles gets up here and says, I can't prove to you that it's cocaine, remember that when people destroy evidence to avoid prosecution, you don't have the evidence that they destroyed, they got rid of it. So I don't have to prove to you by some scientific drug test. I don't have to send that to the lab and get it tested. It's gone. That's the point to the charge. Now, let me digress a little bit and run through a couple of things with you. What's all this testimony about this inertia puller? And how does that play into everything? Well, as you heard from Mr. Haig, an inertia puller is a device designed for one task. It disassembles live rounds. That's what it does. Somehow I think the defense got confused about what our potential theory was, that we had a theory that Ms. Gutierrez was turning dummy rounds into live rounds. That was never our theory, because that would require quite a bit of equipment. There's no question. But to do the reverse is a whole lot easier. So if you're out of dummy rounds or you're running low on dummy rounds and you've got some live rounds around, you could probably turn a dummy round, you could turn a live round into a dummy round in 5 minutes. Why does an armor on a movie set bill for an inertia puller? Well, obviously she had one. Now, let's talk about the OSHA investigation. OSHA doesn't find any wrongdoing with individual employees, only employers. That's their job. They're just an agency that maintains workplace safety. Mr. Genoway confirmed when he was on the witness stand, it's true his memory was a little bad and Mr. Lewis had to refresh it for him, but he confirmed that Hannah's conduct on the set contributed to their findings that this was not a safe workplace. Please keep in mind that the OSHA investigation is not a criminal investigation. Critically and surprisingly, OSHA never interviewed Gabrielle Pickle. This is critically important because if they had interviewed her, they would have known the following things. Hannah was granted 10 armorer days out of the 12 filming days, not 8. That was right there in the cell phone records. The training days, when Ms. Gutierrez is sending those messages saying, I want more training time, training days. She's not saying these actors, these adults need more training time. She specifically requested additional training time to train the child. And it was refused because, first of all, it's a major liability issue. And second of all, the child was never going to fire a gun. So when she asked for the additional training days, they were denied. That's not the reason Helena Hutchins is dead. Keep in mind, Gabrielle Pickle had a meeting with Hannah and offered her additional assistance so that she would be able to perform her duties effectively. She offered assistance from some of the other folks there on set to try to give her some relief. And keep in mind that on a movie set, the armorer has autonomy with regard to gun safety. The OSHA finding that Rust Productions failed to properly supervise her is surprisingly incorrect, because the armorer has no supervisor when it comes to weapons and gun safety on the movie set. Mr. Halls is just there to be a second pair of eyes. That's it. Now, I think there can be no question that Rust Productions was more than negligent when they hired Ms. Gutierrez, because she was not anywhere close to being qualified for this job. In fact, if you recall, Gabrielle Pickle, to her credit, tried to get Ms. Gutierrez to implement a check-in and check-out system because 2 people had complained that there was a shotgun left unattended. People on the set were complaining about her. They went to production and said, hey, she's not supposed to do that. You can't just leave real guns laying around. So Gabrielle Pickle goes to Hannah Gutierrez, asks for a check-in, check-out system. Hannah Gutierrez says no. Hannah Gutierrez says it's too difficult, it's too much trouble. Gabrielle Pickle didn't prevent her from being safe. In that instance, she did the opposite. She tried to improve firearm safety on the set, but keep in mind, the armorer has autonomy. So Gabrielle Pickle is not Hannah Gutierrez's boss when it comes to firearm safety. Ms. Gutierrez gets to do what she wants. Now, I can only imagine that after this chain of cases, all of that will change. So the defense has taken a shotgun approach to this case. Seth Kinney is to blame. Well, no evidence of that. Sarah Zachary is to blame. No evidence of that. Dave Halls is to blame. He shouldn't have taken the gun from her, and he didn't do a good safety check. Well, she is the autonomous decision maker with regard to gun safety. It's not that Dave Halls shouldn't have taken the gun from her. It's that she shouldn't have given him the gun and then turned around and walked away. The defense, Alec Baldwin is to blame for acting like a prima donna on the movie set and bossing people around. This is Hollywood, for heaven's sakes. I would imagine that's relatively common. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that his conduct was right. I am the person who indicted him. Alec Baldwin's conduct and his lack of gun safety inside that church on that day is something that he's going to have to answer for. Not with you and not today. That'll be with another jury on another day. Brian Norvell, the gentleman who goes and gets the prop cart and wheels it over and then puts his hand over the crime scene tape and picks up that dummy round and shakes it. You heard Mr. Bowles ask some questions that are intended to make people think that Mr. Norvell either took something off the prop cart or planted something on the prop cart. Well, keep in mind, he doesn't have to plant live rounds because we've seen from the photographic evidence, those are there. They're floating around already. So live rounds were on set. They were not planted by Brian Norvell. But this man is not a mystery to the state or the defense. I made him come in and sit down for a 1.5-hour interview so that the defense could ask him any questions they wanted, and they asked him none. Not a single question. So what that means is that this is just all smoke and mirrors and deflection. They don't want the truth. We know the truth. You have seen it throughout this trial. And I will remind you that during one of the heated objection exchanges between myself and Mr. Bowles, you heard Mr. Bowles cry out that he was looking for the truth. Listen, I can bring a horse to water, but I cannot make him drink. If you want the truth, I'll bring the guy in. I'll make him available for you to talk to. Ask him some questions. Not a single one.
Wow.
It must have been that disgruntled camera crew. You mean the people who believed that safety on set was being compromised to such a degree that they left? That decision may very well have saved their lives.
Good point.
So the $60,000 question in this case, who brought the live rounds on set? You know the answer to that. I know the answer to that. I'm not telling you that Hannah Gutierrez intended to bring live rounds on set. I'm telling you that she was negligent, she was careless, she was thoughtless. She brought them on set, and you know from the testimony you heard, Sarah Zachary never saw her shake a dummy round. Dave Halls never saw her shake a dummy round. She didn't shake those dummy rounds. For all we know, those dummy rounds were floating around the set of The Old Way, and Nicolas Cage is lucky to have walked away with his life.
Ooh, snap. Snap. And Stacy was saying
So
before
why
that
does it
there was a
matter
gun discharge there
that
on
she
that
brought
set.
live rounds on set? It goes to foreseeability. She had six live rounds on that movie set. The earliest date that I can track them for you is October 10th. We know that they were there from the 10th to the 21st. 6, and she failed to ferret them out for 12 days.
I agree with that, Johnny.
What that means is that she wasn't shaking any dummy rounds. She wasn't testing anything. None of that stuff that her lawyers want you to think was so difficult. None of it was happening. It didn't happen the entire time. She didn't find any of them. And folks, if she's not checking the dummy ammunition during the pendency of the filming to make sure that those rounds that are designed to look like live rounds are in fact dummy rounds, this was a game of Russian roulette every time an actor had a gun with dummies.
That's scary, but that's true.
Sadly, for Ms. Hutchins, her camera crew walked off set that morning, and that required her to go into the church and operate the camera herself. And that's what she was doing when the live round that Ms. Gutierrez put in Mr. Baldwin's gun was expelled from that firearm and went all the way through her body.
Yeah, I agree. She's
No
very
one
low
told
energy.
Ms. Gutierrez to leave the church. No one called her out of the church. There wasn't a COVID protocol in place that prevented her from being in the church at that moment. You know from the production outfitter videos, she didn't care about her job. She let it all go. Mr. Bowles is going to argue to you that if Mr. Halls had just called Ms. Gutierrez back into the church, she would have done an additional safety check and that live round would have been found. Well, for heaven's sakes, we all know that if she had been called back into the church for an additional safety check, nothing would have changed. Her safety checks didn't consist of pulling the dummy rounds out of the cylinder, shaking them in front of the actor and the assistant director, showing them that they're dummy rounds, and putting them back in. No one ever saw her do that one single time, even though that's industry standard. And the reason it's industry standard is because you can't tell a dummy round by simply spinning a cylinder and looking at the primers unless they are dummy rounds without primers. And that's kind of an interesting fact. We know that 6 dummy rounds without primers were not loaded into that weapon because one of them turned out to be live and very clearly had a primer. Interestingly, though, she had 5 dummy rounds without primers in her pocket. In her pocket. All she had to do was put those in the gun, make sure that the 6th one either rattles or has a hole in it, and she's good to go. Because now, when you look, when the cylinder gets spun, you can see 5 of them without taking them out, that they don't have primers. They were in her pocket, and she didn't use them. I am going to have another opportunity to speak with you, and when I speak with you last, it won't be as long, I promise. And we will talk about some of our jury instructions then. But I do want to address some of the testimony from Dr. Jarrell from OMI, because Mr. Bowles is likely to make an argument that there was some sort of medical negligence that contributed to Ms. Hutchins' death. And I want to talk to you a little bit about Dr. Jarrell's testimony. Here are the lethal injuries. The lethal injuries: blood loss from the wound. That was the primary lethal injury. Her blood was leaking into her abdominal cavity, and a lot of it. And you saw those photographs. You saw the photographs of her clothing. There was a lot of blood. So the first lethal injury that comes from the gunshot is blood loss associated with it. And the second one, if you recall from Dr. Jarrell, the wound to the lung was also a lethal wound. Keep in mind, that bullet went into her body, it went through her rib, it severed her spinal cord, it punctured her lung, it came out the back of her shoulder, and a few hours later, Ms. Gutierrez is telling Corporal Hancock that she's worried about her career. If you think that person would have done a satisfactory safety check if she had been called back to the church? I am here to tell you that I strongly disagree. The astonishing lack of diligence with regard to gun safety is without question a significant cause of the death of Helena Hutchins. Did Mr. Baldwin also contribute when he pointed the gun at people and pulled the hammer back, and regardless of what he said to George Stephanopoulos, pulled the trigger? Yes, he is. And again, we'll deal with that another time. You don't escape accountability when you load a live round into a prop gun, tell the crew that it has dummy rounds in it, hand it off to an actor, and leave the room because he manipulated it. That's the whole point. That was the whole point to him having it. Of course he was going to manipulate it. It's foreseeable. Everything is so completely foreseeable. Imagine I hand you a gun and I tell you that it's basically empty and I walk away when in fact, I put live ammunition in it. You think an accident might happen? You think that accident is foreseeable? And listen, let's remember some of the testimony from Mr. Carpenter. Control is how we enforce gun safety. We do it with control. When she loses control, which she did repeatedly, anything goes. Anything goes there. I am going to complete the majority of the portion of my closing arguments with regard to the facts. The next portion will be with regard to the law. When I come back after Mr. Bowles has had an opportunity to address you, we will be asking for justice today for Helena Hutchins. Thank you.
Can we approach?
If it's about a bathroom break, we're going to take a bathroom break.
Okay.
Okay. So please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Thank you. We'll be back at 10 of. Okay.
All right, kids, what do you think? I think that was a pretty effective closing. Now, the words were effective. Her energy.
Hey, everybody. Law and Crime's Jesse Weber here.
Jesse
Thank you so much
Weber.
for watching our coverage of the.
Hello, Jesse Weber. Yes, we know you're giving us the interstitial. So anyway, I think she made some pretty compelling arguments there, even if they weren't delivered with the highest energy. And you could see that the energy was sapped after they did all the, basically as soon as they started this morning, her energy was sapped and you could tell she was already frustrated. So I don't think she was completely on her game with this closing, but it was well prepared. It was a well prepared closing. So she had, all the tools she needed except her energy at that moment. One moment. I think some of the most compelling parts of the closing arguments were, look at all of the things that we can see happened before October 21st. And it's important to bring that up because the question is whether this was a foreseeable occurrence, whether this was foreseeable. And from all of the evidence that's being shown, it was completely foreseeable based on issues that were coming up well before that actual shooting. And as you probably recall, there were 2 other accidental discharges. I'm understanding that the and prior to the actual shooting, and the bottom line goes to how did the live round get into the bullet? I'm sorry, into the gun. Well, with all of the things that the prosecutor showed, you saw that Hannah said she took the bullets that she loaded into the gun from that styrofoam insert. And they make a compelling argument that she's the one that brought that styrofoam insert herself, and brought it from home, and like that likely had the live rounds in it, and she didn't check for live rounds as she was loading. I'm sorry. Yeah, she didn't check for dummy versus live as she was loading into the gun, because if she was doing that check, she would have known she was loading a live round into a gun, when, right before she hands it to Alec Baldwin and then walks out of the room. They testify, or the prosecutor illustrates that no one that was on the set that testified in the trial witnessed Hannah Gutierrez Reed shaking the bullets before and checking to check them before she put them in the gun. And that is an industry standard. So let's say there were official industry standards. Let's say it wasn't just a best practice that was being practiced by all armors. Let's say that it was a rule that you had to do it. She wasn't even following even the most basic of rules with armorers, which was to show the actor that you are checking the rounds before you put them into the gun, and then not handing that gun without that safety check to an actor. And there's already been so many mishaps and so many mishandlings, and they show all kinds of pictures of the different instances when guns are being pointed in various directions. So when you think about that closing and all of the things that the prosecutor just said, and then the jury can look back and think about the expert that the defense brought in, who sits there on the stand and even though he's a gun expert, doesn't appear to be handling a replica gun in the courtroom as he points the gun right at the judge, right? In a very highly charged, highly emotional atmosphere where we're in a shooting, accidental shooting trial. Doesn't matter whether it's a replica. It doesn't matter whether it's a replica that can't shoot. That's a gun. And there's been so many mistakes and mishandlings. How are we supposed to know that you're going to be able to handle that replica gun on the stand? And then you point it at the judge as you're starting to demonstrate it. So, those are all the types of things that are going to be in the jury's mind as they're thinking about their deliberations. And it is low effort. It is low effort, very low effort. It's such a, and that to me just smacks of laziness, not wanting to do the parts of your job that are tedious and seem mundane, but are nonetheless so important, incredibly important to making sure that no one dies on the set. Objection, threats made to court officials' life by witness. So I have a question for you all. Did any of you watch Alec Baldwin's did any of you watch Alec Baldwin's interview with George Stephanopoulos about all this? Did you see that interview? Would it refresh your memory to see Alec Baldwin's interview? Let's see. Well, this is interesting. Let's look at this real quick thing here. Here he is losing it during a press conference. It's an impromptu press conference, and he gets interrupted, and he snaps apparently at this person, at his wife.
Investigation in terms of a woman dying. She was my friend. She was my friend. The day I arrived in Santa Fe to start shooting, I took her to dinner with Joel, the director. We were a very, very, well-oiled crew shooting a film together, and then this horrible event happened. What are the questions that you have other than that?
You met with I forget her name at the moment, but you met with her family in the
Helena.
day. Yes,
her
I
name
met
is
with her
Helena. If you're spending this much time waiting for us, you should
don't
know
know
her
her
name.
name?
Her name is Helena.
Helena Hutchins. I met with her husband Matthew and her son. Yeah, that's right.
And how did that meeting go?
I wouldn't know how to characterize it. They're mortified.
You know what? No details.
Would you do me a favor? I'm gonna answer the question.
Well, I appreciate that he was probably very upset.
The guy is overwhelmed with grief. This is something that there are incidental accidents on film sets from time to time, but nothing like this. This is a 1 in a trillion episode, and so he is in shock. He has a 9-year-old son. We are in constant contact with him.
Would you ever work on another film set that involves firearms of that nature?
I couldn't answer that question. I really don't have any. I have no sense of it at all. I do know that an ongoing effort to limit the use of firearms on film sets is something I'm extremely interested in. I'm not an expert in this field. So whatever other people decide is the best way to go in terms of protecting people's safety on film sets, I'm all in favor of, and I will cooperate with that in any way that I can.
Do you think production will start up again on?
No, I doubt it necessarily. So just do me a favor, you don't mind? My kids are in the car crying.
Because you guys are following
And
them
all I
and
want
they
to do,
know.
as a courtesy to you, I came to talk to you. I'm not allowed to comment on the investigation. I talk to the cops every day. I talk to them every day to find out.
They know where you are.
Well, yeah, I'm cooperating with them, of course. So my point is that I'm just asking. We sat down as a courtesy now to talk to you. Now, please, would you just not follow us for the rest? Just leave us alone.
Just go home.
We gave
Go
you everything
home.
we could possibly give you. Okay?
Thank you.
So yeah, I guess that was when they caught up with him in Vermont. He was going on vacation in Vermont, and they caught up with him. So he got out of his car. He stopped his car so they would stop following him, and gave this impromptu press conference. But here's his interview with George Stephanopoulos.
Phones are off when it gets late.
Marker, good.
Great.
Any more, Tony?
Alec, thank you for doing this. You haven't said much in public since that tragic accident. Why speak out now?
Well, I think that there's a criminal investigation. That could be a while. There's all kinds of civil litigation. And I felt there were a number of misconceptions, most of it from sources I really wouldn't concern myself about. But a couple that I did concern myself about, where there were these authoritative statements about this is what happened. The sheriff's department hasn't even released a report to the DA yet. The reason I wanted to sit down with you is because I really feel like I can't wait for that process to end in February, March. I mean, I'm not asking them to speed it up for my benefit. That's ridiculous. But I am saying that they're going to do what they need to do. And I wanted to come to talk to you to say that I would go to any lengths to undo what happened. I would go to any lengths to undo what happened.
I think the big question, and the one you must have asked yourself 1,000 times, how could this have happened?
Well, There's two things I want to say about that. One is that when I talk about this, my concern is that I don't sound like I'm the victim, because there is a victim. There's a woman who died, and my friend got shot. He's my friend, and she was a new friend. I met her and we worked together on some of the mapping out of what we're going to do on the film, which, you know, in the movie terms, if you go make a movie with Scorsese, you and the DP don't sit down and they solicit your ideas of how to make the film. You know what I mean? In the case of Helena, we sat down collaboratively and talked a lot about what we wanted to do in that a precious amount of time we had. But I want to make sure that I don't come across like I'm the victim, because we have two victims here. And the second thing is that all of what happened on that day leading up to this event was precipitated on one idea, and that is that Helena and I had something profound in common. And that is, we both assumed the gun was empty. Other than those, you know.
So I did a video about this interview, and this is one thing that caught me up. You know, this is one thing that caught me up, where he's like, you know, me and Helena, we both had we both had things in common. And so he's saying, I'm not the victim here, but I'm going to connect my circumstances with the victim's circumstances. Right. And let's watch that verbiage again, right, Anonymous?
And that is, we both assumed the gun was empty. Other than those, you know, dummy rounds.
I want to get into more detail on the day in a minute, but let's take a step back. What was it that drew you to this project in the first place, to Rust?
I'd worked on a project with Joel before.
Joel Souza, the director.
Right. He did this movie, Crown Vic, that I produced. And Joel and I stayed in touch. We're friends, and I loved Rust. He said, I want to send you this. And I read it, and I said, I love it. I love it.
Rust, a low-budget Western, tells the story of an aging outlaw on the run with his young grandson. Baldwin, the film's star, is also one of the producers.
Very excited. Very, so excited that we finally got this made, because every independent film has many false starts, you know. And when it finally goes, you feel like a plane. When you finally get some lift under your wings, it's very, very gratifying. I am a purely creative producer. My authorities as a producer are casting and script, which are actually married to the role of being a lead actor in a film.
So you're not the kind of producer who's looking at the line item of each budget.
No.
So he's distancing himself from the responsibility by saying he's basically a producer in name. I'm a producer in name. My name is added to the project, but that does come with responsibility. Yo.
No. There are basically two types of producers who are really in charge of production: people that raise the money, and the people who spend the money. My consultations or approvals were completely about casting and about the script. I don't hire anybody in the crew.
Not even the cinematographer, no one?
No, but he will apprise me of what he's doing. And he'll say to me, I got Helena Hutchins to be the DP. I said, how do you feel about that? Are you excited? I'm very excited. She's wonderful.
But he's not talking about the fact that he sure had veto rights. I'm sure that if he vetoed somebody or something, they would have accommodated him, right? So he didn't veto the use of any particular crew, right?
What did you know about Helena Hutchins before she started working on this?
I knew nothing about her until Joel said to me, I got her. She was fantastic.
Helena Hutchins, the talented cinematographer praised by many in the industry, was a trailblazer in the field historically dominated by men.
Make sure we don't see people walking around.
Ready? Action. The Ukrainian-born cinematographer quickly gelled with Baldwin.
The people who watched The Daily said that her work was beautiful. She was someone who was loved by everyone who worked with, and liked by everyone who worked with, and admired.
I think that this grief is real right here. I think he is feeling truly this grief, right? I just feel like the grief is, I truly felt like the grief was more for himself, and, you know, the guilt. There's much more guilt in this grief then I didn't do anything wrong kind of grief, or just grief for the person, right?
Sorry.
I actually feel a lot of sympathy for people who are involved in accidents that result in somebody else's death. I really do. I feel sympathy for that, because it's not like he intended for this woman to die, obviously, but people have a tendency not to be careful about the things they really should, that would be negligent if they weren't careful about it. And that's clearly what happened here. And I feel bad for him, but I also am frustrated by his attitude.
But admired by everybody who worked with her.
Rust's 21-day production began filming on October 6th at the Bonanza Creek Ranch, just outside Santa Fe, New Mexico. The ranch has long been a favorite location for filming Westerns.
We need a place to lay low.
Things have a way of escalating out here in the West, with one thing leading to another.
The day that I flew there, they'd been shooting for a week already. I come the following week on the 11th. That night of the 11th, I had dinner with Helena and Joel. And we talked about some of the compositions I was thinking of to...
That was the first time you met?
First time I met Helena, yeah.
What was your first impression?
When I met her, I knew she had that spark. I knew she had that flint to her, that she was going to get that day's work done and get the shots that she wanted. She was very focused.
She had a vision for the
She
film?
was very focused. We had a discussion about compositions of shots in which you were shooting these beautiful tableaus of the West. She had that intensity. Every day you went to work, she would say, "Good morning, how are you? How was your evening?" Boom, it was small talk, go. We weren't going to hang out and chit chat or whatever. She knew that the clock was the enemy and we have to move forward.
Once on set, Baldwin posts this video.
I want to say, I look at myself in the reflection of this and I'm really kind of...
The clock is your enemy. That is a very, you could hear that just rolling off of his tongue. Like that's something that a lot of actors and people in production say, the clock is your enemy, but that doesn't really work out well when you're trying to say, you know, we didn't contribute to this woman's death through negligence. Yeah, we were rushing things. The clock was our enemy, right? That doesn't work out well.
Appalled. It's appalling. We're here shooting the film to start tomorrow, and no, I'm not playing Santa Claus. On the 12th, I had a safety demonstration with Hannah Reed, the armorer.
24-year-old Hannah Gutierrez Reed, seen here in photos by the DailyMail.com, was hired as the film's armorer, in charge of all weapons on set. The daughter of a famous Hollywood armorer, Rust was only her second film in this role. She spoke to the Voices of the West podcast about working as lead armorer for her first film before Rust.
I was really nervous about it at first, and I almost didn't take the job because I wasn't sure if I was ready, but doing it, it went really smoothly.
We spent an hour and a half shooting the pistol, her giving me all her safety instructions.
Did you think she was up to the job?
I assumed because she was there and she was hired, she was up for the job.
And nothing she did raised any red flags with you?
No.
Okay. This training course you do, what did she tell you?
She said things like, remember, this is a blank round, so you have to create the discharge yourself because there's no projectile. So if you shot the gun, you go bang. When we roll the camera, you got to go bang and have the gun snap back. You have to create that. She would give you little tips about firing, and she'd say to you, when we're done, point the gun down. When we're done, you give the gun to me or to Halls, only those two people.
Dave Halls was Rust's assistant director, also known as the first AD. Seen here in this IMDb photo, he was responsible for keeping the production on schedule.
Sometimes we would be on a set that was a very, very cramped set, and they wanted people in that room on an as-needed basis. if I'm holding the gun and they say cut, I then hand the gun to Halls if she's not there.
Yeah, why Hall's not Hannah? Some people have said that only the armorer should be handling it.
No. That's inaccurate. Meaning in the protocols of the business, meaning Hannah would to hand me the gun 99% of the time, whatever the preponderance of the time. But when we would say cut, if Hannah was away from the set, I would hand Halls the gun.
Hannah Gutierrez Reed had a dual role on set, armorer, and she was also the assistant prop master for the film. One of the things her attorney has said is that she was hired for 2 positions on the film and therefore was stretched in an inappropriate way. Did she raise any of those concerns with you?
No, I assume that everyone.
Yes, Helena was Ukrainian born. Yeah.
Who's shooting a lower budget film is stretched, myself included. And I got no complaints from her or the prop department. I'm not sitting there when I'm getting dressed and ready to go do a scene saying, oh my God, the prop woman seemed very harried today. I didn't get a sense of that from any of the people on the film. The first time I heard that there was any problem with anybody in the crew of the film was when Luber said, well, we have some issues here.
Lane Looper, the first camera assistant, would email production managers a resignation letter later that night, citing safety concerns. Quote, during the filming of gunfights on this job, things are often played very fast and loose. So far, there have been 2 accidental weapons discharges. He also wrote about concerns about reasonable rest and housing for local crew with long commutes to the set.
When he quit, now the day before that happened, we wrapped. And he came up to me and he said, thank you for the position you've taken on behalf of IATSE and the union on social media. I said, my pleasure.
This photo, posted by Helena, showed the cast and crew in solidarity with IATSE, the International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees, which had been on the verge of a strike. And Alec posted this on Instagram.
And I want to say to the people in IATSE, do what you need to do. You want to go on strike? Go on strike. Because I'll tell you something about the executives. They don't give a about you. He said, because we have some issues here. I said, such as? And he said, my men need a better hotel room. There was no mention of safety issues.
He didn't say anything about the accidental discharges on set?
He didn't say anything about anything else. He goes, my men need better hotel rooms. I said, well, we're leaving, we're wrapping. Will you be here tomorrow? He said, yes. Because what I was about to do, which I've done on any number of films and TV projects, was to give more of my salary back to the production to pay for X. And I was about to say to him, let me know what it would be to B&B you guys in a house that's closer to how we can address your problem. I will be happy to contribute to that. The next day they were gone.
So you had no sense from anyone on the set that people had been stretched to the point where safety was compromised?
No.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I want to start also, as I did when this began, which I want to sincerely thank you for your time and attention and all of your work on this case. It's been hard. It's been a long case. And I want to thank you first. On behalf of Ms. Gutierrez Reed, who this is extremely important for her, this case, and this is her day in court. And it's extremely important that the government rule out every reasonable doubt that there is in this case, because that is our standard in this country. Reasonable doubt is a concept, meaning if you have any reasonable doubt, if you have a reasonable doubt, we cannot convict people in this country. That's how it's set up. Because of that, the burden is on the prosecution, always stays on the prosecution, and so they have to rule out all of the reasonable doubts. In this case, and I'm going to talk about a lot of the evidence soon, but I just want to start with a summary. The prosecutor just presented to you a series of pictures, and those were the pictures they paid the guy $10,000 to enlarge, and they went through the pictures and they tried to show that there were silver primers, and this is going to be definitive evidence that these live rounds had to be on set at a particular time. Let me tell you why there's reasonable doubt, number one, that they will never be able to rule out in this case. Sarah Zachary threw away rounds She unquestionably threw away rounds after the shooting. It's undisputed. We have no idea what those look like. We will never have an idea what they look like, and that will never be able to be overcome. That one fact alone prevents that entire picture setup that was just shown to you from being accurate, from being real. Because we have no idea what those other rounds, whether they had silver primers, whether they were dummies, whether they were other types of dummies, what they look like. We have no idea. Fact two on the pictures. Seth Kenney told you he had gotten live rounds from Thel Reed that went to the 1883 set. Those live rounds were three types. There were three types of bullets. He then brought back around 125 of those of the three types. Now, the ones that the state seized, the prosecutors made a point of saying these don't match the live rounds. However, we don't know what he had because they waited a month to go get him. It was over a month when they searched. And when Mr. Kenney brought in the rounds, he had been talking to the investigator about what was going on in the investigation. So we're never going to have an idea as to what Seth Kenney had and what he provided, because he also told you in this trial he had no inventory system. He had no idea what was coming in and going out of his place. The place was a wreck. Looked like a train that hit it. There's no way for somebody to really understand what they're putting in, what they're going out. And so he also said there were things that went onto the Rust set that he hadn't inventoried, hadn't invoiced. He said that there were things that put on there that he didn't have invoiced. So here's the problem with that. We do not know that Seth Kenney only had those patinaed rounds. That's reasonable doubt. That's coming right from the government's witnesses, from Mr. Kenney. That part is unreconcilable. There is a reasonable doubt that we'll never leave this case on those 2 points, on the pictures and the live rounds. Now, Ms. Morrissey calls it dishonest for us to raise a question about Mr. Kenney. And I submit it's not dishonest at all, because they have the burden to investigate every possibility, every aspect, as anybody in Ms. Gutierrez-Reed's place would deserve and would want, because their life is on the line as well on felony charges, and it's the government's duty to rule out all these other things. Far from dishonest, what it is thoroughness, competence, finding what happened with Seth Kenney, taking his fingerprints, taking his DNA, going through and searching earlier, doing that investigation, and finding out if indeed there is another possibility that they ruled out right away and they never wanted to look into because they rushed to judgment on Ms. Gutierrez-Reed from the very beginning. They singled her out on that set. They put her in a cop car, whether she asked or whether they put her in. She's in the cop car and she never leaves custody until after her statement. They singled her out and they rushed to judgment on her, and that's what you've seen ever since. Ms. Morrissey says, a camera crew, and she mocks things that we raise as possibilities on the idea that none of it can be possible except Ms. Gutierrez-Reed is guilty. That is the only thing that can be possible because I say it. It's not how it works. Ms. Morrissey said she indicted Mr. Baldwin. I indicted Mr. Baldwin. Actually, I think it's the state of New Mexico. That's not an individual person with that power. She also sat there when Ms. Zachary was on the stand, and Ms. Zachary, I'll remind you, got an immunity agreement. Ms. Zachary was promised she would never be prosecuted. And Ms. Morrissey stands up and says, there's no evidence against Ms. Zachary. Well, then why was she given an immunity agreement? Why would she need immunity if there's nothing against Ms. Zachary? She's given an immunity agreement, and then she's told on redirect examination by Ms. Morrissey, remember, if you don't tell the truth, I can prosecute you. I will prosecute you. So Miss Zachary doesn't tell the version of the truth that the government believes is true. We saw the threat in live court. You can't trust some of the witness testimony in this case, and that will raise a reasonable doubt as well, I submit, because of things like that. Because the lead investigator admits that she practiced her answers and questions with the prosecutor. That's something you can consider. Are you hearing everything? Or are you hearing a one-sided version that fits the narrative that Ms. Gutierrez-Reed has to be guilty because we picked her out first and it's got to be her? Can't be Mr. Kinney, can't be anything else, any other possibilities. Sarah Zachary has nothing to do with it, even though we know unquestionably she threw away rounds after a shooting. That's undoubtedly going to be evidence, but there's nothing on her, apparently. Second, these boxes, the idea that the boxes match. We heard testimony that these rounds were loaded in and out of these boxes daily. Nobody knows what was in them on the 13th, the 16th, the 21st, because the rounds were put in, they were taken out, and they were put in different boxes. So the boxes really don't matter. There's reasonable doubt all over the place to the boxes because we don't know what was in them 3 or 4 days before. It doesn't matter who brought them. The boxes are interesting because the government wants to match up the two and they want to show the pictures that match, yet all the ones from PDQ Props have the same label, same font. They're from Joe Swanson. So those boxes are similar to the ones on set. So that part is not conclusive as well. The other part, when the government shows you video and video and video only on the 13th and says Ms. Gutierrez-Reed was lax on safety. Well, again, you're seeing videos from short snippets of time on one day on an entire movie set, and then you're not seeing what Ms. Gutierrez-Reed may have done right after the clip. You're not seeing what might have happened right after that. The other thing that strongly rebuts all of the safety points Ms. Morrissey is pointing out about Ms. Gutierrez-Reed is OSHA. Now, they try to downplay OSHA, but OSHA is a separate, independent state and federal agency that did a full investigation into the responsibility for safety failures on this set. And you can evaluate the credibility in your minds of Mr. Montoya, who took the stand, and how you thought he testified, whether you thought he was thorough and how he answered questions. He interviewed quite a few people, and he reviewed a lot of information. Their conclusion after that was done was that production was responsible. He said the root cause was production adopted a safety plan, and it ended at the word adoption because they didn't do anything after that. They didn't respond to complaints that there were safety concerns. They didn't allow for more training and take the time to do that. They did not respond to the negligent discharges and deal with that. Mr. Halls talked to one of the guys briefly, and that was all that happened. So you got to set that they're not allowing time for inventory for the armor. They're not allowing time for them to clean their weapons or deal with their weapons. This is management. You just heard Mr. Pesh state that the first assistant director is the primary person for safety on that set. Dave Halls has been doing this 30 years. Somebody doing it 30 years has a responsibility and duty to step in when there's safety things going on, and he's on several of those videos. He has a responsibility to step in and say, hey, we're going to stop this. We're going to slow this down. We're going to have meetings. We're going to have additional safety training, and we're going to address this. Ms. Gutierrez-Reed, come over here. We're going to do this, and we're going to talk to people. She also can come in and talk about that. And on those videos, they're both on the videos. But OSHA found, because of the lack of support, because she's a part-time armorer, because she's not full-time, because there's not two of her, as Mr. Carpenter said, 2 is 1 and 1 is none. Well, here we didn't even have 1. We had a half. So she's trying to run around and do various things. She's a half a job on a set with over 20 guns, and they want to lay the complete blame on her in this case. as opposed to OSHA, who investigated as an official agency and made an official determination that this was production and management that was responsible. That's important. That's an important finding because they said all of this was caused safety-wise by management. As Mr. Souza told you, the buck stops with production. The buck stops with production. As in any organization, it starts at the top. You don't go and take one of the lowest people on the call sheet after something bad happens, after the whole management team is just thrown safety aside in favor of money, in favor of speed, in favor of profit. You throw all of that aside because at the end, you've got a convenient fall person. You got a convenient scapegoat. And she may not be the armor on some days. She's a props person, but she's certainly the armor when everything goes bad. You know why? Because despite OSHA's findings that they were responsible, production, the guys that you saw come in, the producers, the big guys, they want to sail off into the sunset and go on about their business, finish the movie, make the money, because they've got the convenient fall person sitting right here. And all that has to happen is everybody has to gang up. Everybody has to have their talks after this happened and blame Hannah. That's what has to happen. That's what happened in this case. You had a production company on a shoestring budget, an A-list actor that was really running the show. He was directing people in those clips, telling the camera person where to go, telling the armor where to go. And then you had a situation where at the end, they had somebody they could all blame. It didn't work out with OSHA because OSHA didn't buy it. OSHA said it was the higher ups. So here we are in a criminal court where the government tries to pin all of it on Ms. Gutierrez-Reed. And it's just not the truth. It's absolutely right. We do want the truth. We want the truth and all the facts that were found by OSHA to be considered. We wanted all of the facts that you don't have in this courtroom to be considered because that's the only fair way to do it, to resolve all reasonable doubt and to rule it out. If you don't have all the evidence, you can't rule out all of that reasonable doubt. I want to talk about foreseeability, and I want to play this for you. You probably remember that. That was the scene where Mr. Baldwin runs up the hill and cut is yelled. And right after cut is yelled, he shoots. That's, I submit, reasonable doubt, and I'll tell you why. Because Mr. Baldwin went off script. He chose to fire after cut was called. And you're going to see where he does later do the same thing in this tragic shooting. Mamie Mitchell told you on the stand, the script supervisor, that it was not in the script for Mr. Baldwin to point the weapon. It was not in the script for him to point the weapon. And we have to be very careful with facts when we're considering a criminal case and the beyond the reasonable doubt standard. That's extremely important because Ms. Gutierrez-Reed, nor anybody else, knew that Mr. Baldwin in that moment was going to point the weapon right at Helena and Mr. Hutchins and Mr. Souza and do what he did. That is the concept of foreseeability. Now, Ms. Morrissey gave you an example of if I hand somebody a firearm and it's loaded and then they go and do something with it and it hurts somebody. But here, what we had, she did not know Mr. Baldwin was going to do what he did. No one, first of all, called her back into the church that he was using the gun at that time. She had given it to Halls to sit in the church. Mr. Halls then gave it to Mr. Baldwin, and that is the conclusion of the lead investigator. That was what Baldwin said, and that is what Ms. Gutierrez-Reed said. So Halls hands it to him. No one calls her back in to let her know Baldwin is doing that blocking scene. She doesn't know that's happening. The medic said she did not hear anybody call that out, first team, over the channel. So that's not getting put out. So Baldwin's doing another audible like he did on this video that you just saw. He's going off script. That defeats any idea that that was foreseeable to Miss Gutierrez-Reed. If she doesn't know what's happening,
that's weak.
She can't foresee it.
Very weak.
That's a big part of the instruction. The other part I want to talk about foreseeability and where this matters is live rounds. Now, live rounds in this type of situation has not happened in Hollywood. In the 100 years of Hollywood, this has not happened in a situation like we saw in this case. No one on that set foresaw, knew, or thought that live rounds were going to be on that set. No one. You did not hear one witness in this case. Even Miss Morrissey said
that you have to
there was no evidence that they knew about live rounds coming on, or this was
have to
done.
use an abundance of caution.
There's no evidence of that. Nobody thought live rounds were going to be on set. Mr. Souza told the doctors he couldn't believe it. He argued with them because it was inconceivable that live rounds would appear. Because of that, when you read the jury instructions, there's a concept in the involuntary manslaughter of an element of willful disregard of the rights of another. That word willful, and I'm going to go over it soon, means purposeful. That you willfully do something, you purposefully do something. What's impossible for the government to prove in this case.
Can we approach?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So I felt that what he just tried to do to talk about foreseeability was weak. I really do. Because he is not addressing that a live round got into the gun. And she's the one.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to talk about willful more in a moment when we get there. But it cannot be willful if Hannah does not know there's live rounds. And nobody did. So she did not do something willfully, knowing that Baldwin could foreseeably hurt somebody with this firearm.
She willfully
because she
check
didn't
them
know it was
before
live. And let me give you an example. It's akin to a nurse, let's say in a hospital, who the pharmacy mislabels a drug. And let's say it comes to her and somebody's ordered it be administered to a patient. She then administers it not knowing that it's a fatal drug of some other type. The pharmacy's mislabeled it. The patient passes. It's the same situation as we have here, where the government would be saying the nurse committed involuntary manslaughter. No, that's not true.
Totally different
because she
circumstances.
did not know what happened. It's like a long time ago when the Tylenol capsules were laced with cyanide, way back in the 80s or somewhere around there. There was no prosecution of the pharmacies that didn't know about this, that were tainted by it. It's the same type of situation we have here with the nurse. Ms. Gutierrez-Reed did not know there were live rounds, and she was entitled to rely on production buying dummies and the boxes labeled dummies. She's entitled to rely on that, and that reliance is reasonable. So she cannot foresee a live round.
Totally different circumstances.
Now, I want to talk next about Ms. Gutierrez-Reed's statements to law enforcement. You saw her first statement. She didn't have an attorney. She did waive her rights and answer her question. She had not been advised at that time. Ms. Hutchins had passed. And she came in a second time and answered all questions. The reason why I say that is she was cooperative. She was trying to assist in what this investigation, what they were investigating. Now, Corporal Hancock never fully investigated the source of the live rounds. And she told you that she focused on people on the set. So again, in ruling out reasonable doubt and where those live rounds came from, we have not done that in this case because there was never a full investigation as to the source of the live rounds. Let me give you an example. The state never called Joe Swanson. And it's kind of remarkable because Joe Swanson was the original source of where these came from. He's also the JS on all the boxes.
Well, you could have called him, right, defense?
So the idea that the person where it originated, you wouldn't call that person and get some more information is interesting. But more than that, it leaves a huge hole in the origin of the live rounds. Let me tell you what else it did. Seth Kinney's fingerprints and DNA were never taken. Seth Kinney talked to Corporal Hancock 40 times or more. They supplied information back and forth. And he starts making you wonder about what's going on and why I'm called dishonest for raising the possibility that maybe Mr. Kinney was the source, because he's pretty tight with law enforcement in this case, obviously. They don't do a prop search warrant until 6 days after the incident, and that was Corporal Hancock and the rest of the sheriffs. They don't search Mr. Kinney's business until over a month after. They never asked the FBI to check live rounds for fingerprints or DNA. And so we will not know if Mr. Kinney's fingerprints or anybody else's would have ever appeared on those live rounds on set because they didn't get that evidence. Bryce Ziegler, I want to tell you a little bit, remind you a little bit about his testimony, and that's Mr. Ziegler. He talked about Baldwin's revolver being single action. You have to cock it, and then every time you want to shoot it. He testified about breaking that firearm. They actually destroyed the firearm after testing that was approved by the sheriff by hitting that with a hammer. He talked about that you can't determine a live round from a picture. And that's the other point I think is important to consider when considering the picture analysis. Now, the Latin print examiner, examined various things, but she did not examine anything Seth Kinney-wise. There's no analysis on the cartridges from the prop cart, and found 8 FBI employee prints. Mr. Gillette, on the powder testing, only tested 11 rounds from Seth Kinney. Again, we know that he brought back 125 from the group that went to 1883. And I also want to remind you about 1883, some of those were Starline brass rounds. And some of those, he said, had silver primers. So when we get to the set, the live rounds are Starline brass, and they have silver primers. It's a continuous chain that could have been traced from Del Reed all the way to Seth Kinney, all the way back to the set. But they did not do that thorough investigation, and that's reasonable doubt they have not ruled out. The dummies, again, I submit this is another area of reasonable doubt. Witnesses testified this set contained a dangerous mix of dummies. They were dangerous because it was impossible for the armor and prop master to hear and rattle all of the dummies, especially under pressure, rushing, noise on the set. You saw there was a lot of wind that day on the lapel. There's people running around. There's, I think at one point somebody said 200 people. There's all kinds of things going on. And despite that, Mr. Haig indicated in a quiet office he could not hear one of the dummies when it's rattled. That's dangerous because when you're trying to do it quickly, when there's a lot of noise, it may be a dummy. It may not. You can't hear it rattle. Seth Kenny, again, mentioned in this case that he always rattle tested his rounds and he made sure they're dummies. He told you all that. Well, the problem, even the box that they say was Seth Kenny's and the rounds that came out of it, there was one round, if you remember, that was gunked and it didn't shake. That round had to be sent to the FBI to be broken apart and to be checked to see if it was live. So if he truly is that thorough in shaking, he missed that round. Now the producers, they had oversight over the budget team. They didn't know where the funds were set aside for the armor. They were on location for filming, and they were fined the statutory maximum by OSHA for managerial safety violations. Again, OSHA found that the management team are the ones responsible. And yet we're here with Ms. Gutierrez-Reed, the person on trial for the felony offenses. Sherilyn Schaefer was the medic on set. You recall she did not have chest seals. She, I think, was doing the best she could with the equipment that she had, but she didn't have the complete equipment to deal with a gunshot wound. She also indicated she never heard anyone call out use of a gun before the fatal shooting. Mamie Mitchell, I touched on this earlier. Most important thing Ms. Mitchell said was that it was not in the script for Baldwin to point the firearm. That goes directly to the element when you read the jury instructions and you all go back in to deliberate. That goes to foreseeability and whether or not anybody can foresee the moments Mr. Baldwin pointing the gun, using it as a pointer. He's up on the hill shooting after cut, and then he's shooting, pointing the gun when he's not supposed to in scenes. David Halls.
Yes, it's foreseeable that he's not
David
responsible
Halls
and
was the
needs to
first
be reined
assistant
in.
director, as you remember, and he was in charge of overall safety. Now, he got a misdemeanor, 6 months unsupervised probation, even though he was in charge of overall set safety. He never raised any concerns. And in fact, I think he said Hannah did a great job as armor. He indicated he did not hand the gun to Baldwin, but the sheriff contradicted this. So did Hannah, and so did Mr. Baldwin. And that was essentially Mr. Hall's testimony. Sarah Zachary, I remind you, she threw away rounds on set after the shooting, took items off the prop card. She worked for Seth Kenny, and she texted and called him right after the shooting. One of her texts, she indicated she had said she was talking to Alec Baldwin and trying to keep her facts straight. She mentioned that she had loaded firearms on set. She picked up ammunition from Kenny at PDQ. I'll remind you in the testimony that Sarah Zachary and Hannah Gutierrez-Reed went to Kenny's place before production started, and he had given them ammunition, leathers, and firearms. So again, we don't know exactly what Mr. Kenny may have supplied to this set because it's not inventoried, it's not all invoiced. I also remind you about Sarah Zachary when you're considering her credibility.
Thank you, Stacey.
And her testimony, she had the text where she wanted Hannah to go to jail. And she's given complete immunity. Seth Kenny, again, I mentioned this.
Put an emoji on that slide
before arrest began. He had no inventory system. And we attached some pictures to the right that you can look at in the jury room about his place. It was an absolute mess. There was stored live ammo in the bathroom. And one of the things I think was important to remind you of is he actually called Joe Swanson and had a conversation with him. And after he gets off the call, his first words are shit, shit, shit. And so that's something as an investigator, you would think after he does that, maybe I should call Joe Swanson and see what's happening. See what that means. That reasonable doubt has not been ruled out. I went over this on the 1883 set, and he brought 125 rounds back. Mr. Carpenter, I want to remind you, he was the state's expert armorer. one of the most important points he said was 2 is 1 and 1 is none. And here we didn't have a properly staffed armorer component to the set.
You're making perfect sense to me,
Luke Haig,
Lucy.
he said the live rounds on set were reloads. He could not hear the dummy rattle in a quiet office, and he said Mr. Baldwin violated basic safety rules. Karen Kuhn, you may remember, was the photographer. She said the armor was checking guns before when she was present. And she also made a comment about Mr. Baldwin that on the day she was taking questions, I believe she said on the 21st, he told her to get out of his personal space and said something in a manner that kind of goes along with how he was on the set. Mr. Souza was kind about it. He said he had a strong personality, but you can see it in the videos and you can see how Mr. Baldwin was acting. Rebecca Smith, I want to talk about the tampering. She said that she hadn't used cocaine in 31 years. She saw a baggie inside a baggie for approximately 5 seconds. She didn't know if it was cocaine or meth or something else. She
Oh, when
admitted
you're a
at the
former
end she
addict,
was
you know
guessing.
what cocaine is.
And we also know that the substance in the baggie was never tested. And so the only evidence you have of narcotics in this case is a guess. Now, Ms. Morrissey in her closing indicated that, well, of course we don't have the evidence. The whole thing is throwing it away. Well, you have to prove first that it was evidence. So in a normal tampering case, when, let's say, a firearm's thrown away, and we know a firearm was used, and somebody throws a firearm away, we know that was a firearm. So we know that would be evidence in a case involving a shooting. Here, we have an unknown substance. Again, they have to rule out all of the reasonable doubt by that. It's not enough to say it's
What else would
probably
it be?
something under a criminal standard. It's probably cocaine in that bag because Ms. Smith says it is. If it even happened, we don't even know this happened. The government hasn't established that except through her testimony. We don't know if there was a bag. We don't know if this actually was passed, and that's their burden. Let's say it did happen, that you believe it did happen. It's not enough to say what was probably in that bag. They have the burden to rule it out beyond a reasonable doubt that it couldn't have been anything else. And she's already calling it in her testimony potentially multiple substances, cocaine, methamphetamine, or possibly something else. So she's not even certain about what it is. Without a test, without something presumptive to tell you on a test, there's no way of telling what was in that bag. And it's not enough in a criminal case. OSHA, we talked about in detail, and I just want to remind you the root cause they found, they attributed all the responsibility for safety issues to management. Mr. Elliott, he was defense expert investigator, got an extensive law enforcement experience, if you recall, in APD and military. One of his big points was Mr. Baldwin was not segregated at the beginning, even though he was the known shooter. Hannah was segregated right away. Again, they zeroed in on her and the rush to have her identified. He indicated there was 20 or so key witnesses not identified and segregated. And the problem with that is they can get their stories together and they can change their stories. They can have their memories altered. We know this happened in this case because after the incident, Mr. Baldwin is talking to Sarah Zachary. He's texting and talking to her. Seth Kinney's talking to Sarah Zachary. Mr. Halls is talking to Baldwin after. And so we don't have all the information they're talking about, but we do know they're coordinating, they're talking. The only one not in that group was Hannah. And again, this was the idea. We've got to circle the wagons and we've got to pick out the person that's going to take the fall for everything that's happened here. That's Hannah. That's who they got. Law enforcement failed to follow up on the origin of the live rounds, and their delayed search warrants caused problems with missing evidence. PJ Pesh testified just this morning. He had said, like everybody else, he's never seen in 35 years an armor split duties with props. It's not possible for one person to keep track of so many firearms. And he indicated it's important to give the armor adequate time and resources, which OSHA said as well. She was not given that to do her job. I want to talk to you about the law that the judge instructed you on, and that is the law. What the judge told you about is what we have to follow in terms of evaluating this. The law presumes the defendant to be innocent. The burden is always on the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense. The kind of doubt that would make a reasonable person hesitate to act in the graver and more important affairs of life. A doubt based on reason and common sense. So what the government has to do is rule out every reasonable doubt you may have based on reason and common sense. Or in this country, we don't convict people. That's the standard. And again, I go back to where I started at the beginning. If they didn't rule out the reasonable doubt on Miss Zachary throwing away the rounds, that is always going to be there. Because their theory based on you can identify these pictures and we know exactly what was on the set and what remained on the set, we will never know that because some of them were thrown away. And we didn't get all of Seth Kinney's rounds. We're never going to know that. Other areas of reasonable doubt, I've gone over the top two, top three. The prop cart was tampered with. We know that right after the incident, another individual moved it. Now, Lieutenant Benavides said he had eyes on the entire time. But if you saw that video, you can make up your mind what you believe. Ladies and gentlemen, his camera appeared to be pointed right into the vehicle, and the individual getting the cart was way off in the other direction. He said he had his head turned. But you all can decide what you think about that. The prop cart, there was unquestionably items taken from it. We don't know exactly what those are. That is another area of reasonable doubt that the government has not ruled out. You've had witnesses say throughout the trial, you can't tell live ammo from a picture. And the reason is that the FBI said it has to be disassembled and you have to open it up because there's powder in it. If there's not powder in it, then it's not live. OSHA stated the root cause of all safety failures was management. OMI ruled this to be an accident, not a homicide. You heard evidence about the esophageal intubation was ineffective to provide oxygen to Helena. This also was a situation in this case where multiple lawsuits have been filed, and you can evaluate their testimony, those people who have filed lawsuits, with care and caution, because they've got an interest potentially in what's happening in this case by being involved in lawsuits. Involuntary manslaughter, you're going to have that instruction when you go back. That is the charge that Her Honor has read to you. She's given you the law on this. I want to focus you on a couple key points. The government has the burden to show each of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt. The elements are the numbered items. What that means is if you all have reasonable doubts on any of these elements, Hannah cannot be convicted. And I want to focus you in on element 3, that Hannah acted with a willful disregard. Again, you go back to willful disregard, the nurse example, and the idea that if somebody doesn't know, I mean, that could be the same thing with a nurse on trial for involuntary manslaughter, but if she doesn't know the drug was mislabeled, you cannot hold her criminally accountable for something like that. It's the same thing in this case, because no one knew there were live rounds. So she did not act willfully in anything that happened that day. In loading the firearm, this was another day everybody thought on set. Loading the firearms, running to different things, doing the duties. Nobody's calling her back in for the blocking scene. Mr. Baldwin's doing something on his own. Nobody in the wildest dreams thought there was a live round. And because of that, the next element is that Hannah Gutierrez-Reed Act caused the death. I submit to you that what caused her to pass was Mr. Baldwin going off script and pointing the weapon. Now, he didn't know there was a live round in there either. He didn't know. Again, he's in the same position that nobody knew there was ever going to be a live round on that set. But the only ultimate act is pointing of that weapon. Miss Gutierrez wasn't in the church. She didn't point that weapon. She didn't pull it. Nobody called her back in. And because of that, those two elements, I submit to you, have not been proven on involuntary manslaughter. And they have to be. The government has to resolve all your reasonable doubts about that, or we cannot convict. Mental state and willful disregard, and that is going to be in your instructions. For you to find the defendant acted negligently in this case, you must find that the defendant acted with willful disregard. And so again, that's the terminology, is willful disregard. You're also going to be instructed, the court instructed you, Her Honor, on negligent use of a firearm. And that is a lesser included offense of the involuntary manslaughter. So when you go back and deliberate, you will have this in front of you as well, whether Ms. Gutierrez-Reed endangered the safety of another by handling or using a firearm in a negligent manner. And again, the language is acted with willful disregard. That's what has to be proven under that charge for you to resolve all of your reasonable doubts. Tampering with evidence, I think this is a real stretch, and it is a real stretch. And you talk about guessing. This one, they have to prove the defendant hid a bag of cocaine. Well, the only witness they have to it said it was either cocaine or meth or something else. So just by the testimony alone, the beginning of that, there's no way of knowing it was a bag of cocaine. It's just impossible. There has to be reasonable doubt on that by the government's own witness. Their only witness. No law enforcement testing, there's nobody else. This is absolutely unproven in this case. And you don't even have to get to element 2 because element 1 is not even close to having been proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Proximate cause, it's a legal term, but it's something the government has to prove as well. And this is where you get into that the passing was a foreseeable result of Hannah Gutierrez's act. The act was a significant cause of the death, and the language I want to focus you in on, in a natural and continuous chain of events uninterrupted by an outside event. What these mean, and these are the legal terminology, what it means is that what Hannah Gutierrez did had to be a foreseeable result, but again, that caused her death. But again, without her knowing that there was a live round, that's impossible to meet that standard. She did not have that knowledge, and there's no witness that came in here in this courtroom in 2 weeks to say she had that knowledge. Without it, nothing she did. She has that willful disregard because she just doesn't know. Now, was there an outside event as well? There was an outside event. There's 2 outside events. Whoever put the live round on set, and then Mr. Baldwin in the end going off script and doing what he did. Those are outside events outside of Miss Gutierrez-Reed's control that she didn't know was going to happen. That breaks any idea, and there's reasonable doubt that she had anything to do ultimately with Helena Hutchins' death. Miss Gutierrez-Reed was not a significant cause as a result of her death because of the reasons I've mentioned to you. Another instruction Her Honor gave you is that negligence of a third person, again, I'm going to highlight the language, if it breaks the foreseeable chain of events. again, the foreseeable chain of events on that set is you have dummy rounds, you have blank rounds, and then you have an orderly progression with how those are being used. Here we had a completely unforeseeable live round, 6 live rounds that were on set, nobody could foresee. And then we have Mr. Baldwin's action in the end. Those were both unforeseeable to Ms. Gutierrez-Reed. The judge instructed you on, you all are the sole judge of the facts.
Not selling me.
You all are deciding the facts, ladies and gentlemen, and your verdict should not be based on speculation, guess, or conjecture. It goes back to the tampering charge. It goes back to some of the other aspects the government has told you. In this country, we can't decide and convict people on guesses. And that's a lot of what they've asked you to do in several areas, to guess, to assume, to speculate. It's not sufficient to convict people in this country to guess. It's not. And that's what they brought you and they've asked you to do on the tampering and other aspects of their charges. And that's not sufficient. Ladies and gentlemen, Hannah is not guilty on all the counts because of the law that Her Honor has given you. When you apply that law and you apply the standard of beyond a reasonable doubt, she could not anticipate what Baldwin would do. It was not in the script. It was not foreseeable. Management was responsible for safety failures and not Hannah. There's zero evidence of cocaine. There's no testing. And again, I go back to the idea that Hannah is a scapegoat for all the management failures. They do hope she gets convicted, so they're all exonerated. They can move forward. They can finish that movie like Mr. Sousa said they did and make their money. But as he also told you, the buck always stops with production, and it's their responsibility. In any organization, it goes from the top down. And that's where the responsibility lies in this case. That's what OSHA said. And that's also the truth. And the truth is important because justice for Helena does not mean injustice for Hannah. Does not mean injustice for Hannah. It does not mean they get to steamroll her and they get to come in and spin their version of facts and they get to call it truth. Because that's not truth. Truth is bringing you, ladies and gentlemen, everything they can. Justice is bringing you everything they can. Justice is not mocking theories that could come true. If that had been the case, justice is not laughing in court during some of our exchanges. And you can evaluate that as to their credibility, whether that was professional, whether if she didn't take court seriously, did she take the investigation seriously? I submit she did not. And so they can't come in here with a straight face and mock us and criticize us and tell you they have given you enough to convict her behind a reasonable doubt, because they haven't. Thank you.
Yeah, he knows that was weak. That was a very, very, very weak
State's reply.
closing. I'll tell you why I think that in a minute. Like you end your closing by throwing shade at the opposing
I'll
party.
begin while the gentlemen are setting up the Elmo for me. Hannah didn't know there was a live round on set. I agree. If Hannah knew there was a live round on set, and she loaded it into a prop gun and it was used to kill Helena Hutchins, she wouldn't be charged with involuntary manslaughter. She'd be charged with second-degree murder. She'd be
Right.
charged with first-degree depraved mind murder. This is an involuntary manslaughter charge because she didn't know there were live rounds on set, and the reason she didn't know was through her own negligence, her own recklessness,
Right.
her own willful disregard for the safety of other people. That willful disregard, that lack of care for the safety of other people that you have seen throughout this trial, it is shocking. For Mr. Bowles to come up to this podium and say it wasn't foreseeable that Alec Baldwin was going to go off script and pull the hammer and pull the trigger. He showed you a video of Alec Baldwin going off script. Alec Baldwin went off script. Hannah Gutierrez knew it. She was there. Hannah Gutierrez knew that Baldwin was loose. She knew it. She didn't do anything about it, even though it was her job. It was her job. It is her job to say to an A-list actor, if in fact that's what you want to call him, hey, you can't behave that way with those firearms. That is her job. That is what they pay her for. That is the job that she applied for. That is the job that she accepted. Foreseeability. You want to talk about off script? Just remember those videos of the stuntman. That's not within the script. She was there. She watched it. She knew these people would go off script. You know she didn't check the rounds. If she checked the rounds, they wouldn't have been floating around that movie set the entire time, undetected. Give you everything we've got. You have absolutely everything we have. This law enforcement team and this team of prosecutors have reviewed thousands and thousands and thousands of photos and thousands of videos. We have interviewed countless people, many of whom you didn't even hear from. We can't stay here forever. You have absolutely everything you need. One of the amazingly shocking things about this case to me has always been, and it's to Detective Hancock's credit, a defense attorney with his own agenda, no question, comes to her and says, it's Seth Kenney, it's Seth Kenney, it's Seth Kenney. That's his job. Okay, let's make that clear. That's Mr. Bowles' job. He gets Hannah's dad to say, it's Seth Kenney, it's Seth Kenney, it's Seth Kenney. Rather than ignore them, she gets a search warrant. She took his speculative agenda, presented it to a judge, got a search warrant, and searched that man's property. And oh my heavens, what did they find? They found exactly what Thel Reed said they would find. They found live ammunition with semi-wad cutter projectiles. You have everything you have. You have everything we have. You have everything you will ever need to convict her. This is 100% foreseeable. Hannah Gutierrez is not a scapegoat. Hannah Gutierrez is not being treated as a scapegoat. Mr. Halls was charged criminally. To his credit, he took an early plea and he got the benefit of that. Mr. Baldwin has now been indicted. Everyone with criminal culpability has been criminally charged in this case. She's not being scapegoated. She is being treated like everyone else. She is not being given a break because she's a woman. She is not being given a break because she's young. Because that's not how the law works. Let me just review my notes real quick, and as I promised you, I am going to try to speed this up for you. Please keep in mind, Mr. Bowles comes up to the podium and says Sarah Zachary threw rounds away. She did. Obviously she did. She admitted it. She told law enforcement that she did it. And rather than try to prosecute her for tampering with evidence, for panicking and throwing some rounds away, she agreed to come in and testify, and her agreement is that she must testify truthfully. And she testified truthfully. You want to know why we don't have an inertia puller in evidence? Why we don't have a box of dummies that Ms. Gutierrez said she brought on set? She said she brought 2 boxes. We've only got 1. You want to know why? Because she went to the prop truck on October 23rd, got access to it, took a bunch of gun belts and a couple of boxes.
Your Honor, I don't object.
Dang, I stepped away. What happened right before? Happened right before they called a sidebar? Was making coffee.
Where were we? She took stuff out of the prop truck. She took gun belts. You heard from Sarah Zachary that those were gun belts that she brought from another movie set that were already loaded with dummy rounds. Who knows what was in them? So I want to make sure that we understand what reasonable doubt means. Reasonable doubt means the doubt must be reasonable. It is not a reasonable doubt to cast suspicion on Brian Norvell. It is not a reasonable doubt to cast suspicion on Seth Kinney. All investigative leads were exhausted. He simply didn't do anything wrong. You want to talk about scapegoating? That's the guy that got scapegoated. The doubt must be reasonable. And I don't have to prove this case beyond all possible doubt. If that is what the law required, my heavens, we live in a world of infinite possibilities. The government would never be able to prove a case beyond all possible doubt. We'd have to have a video of absolutely everything that took place. It's not the standard, and it doesn't have to be the standard. So when you're back there and you're talking about doubt, make sure it's a reasonable one under this set of circumstances. You know, Mr. Bowles says to you, these production outfitters were just from one day. That's right. All that happened in one day. Imagine what all the other days were like. That was one day. Mr. Bowles is right. The crew didn't believe there were live rounds on set. They believed that she was going to do her job. They believed that she did her job. This isn't Seth Kinney's responsibility to inventory rounds, although he did it. That wasn't his responsibility. Rust Productions didn't provide all of the dummy rounds to the set of this movie. You know from her own statements she brought 2 boxes on herself. We're not living in an alternate reality. All right. Let's go through these. I'll go through them relatively quickly. When you all go back into the jury deliberation room, you will have your own copy. So you certainly will have a copy to reference. These are some of the instructions that are important to us. Your verdict should not be based on sympathy or prejudice. Sympathy or prejudice? Huh? Oh. Oh, I see. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Lewis. So it can't be based on sympathy or prejudice. And for any of you who are feeling sympathetic because she is young and she is maybe inexperienced, although by her own statement to Detective Hancock, she would tell you she wasn't. You all are on this jury
That's even
because
negligent.
during voir dire you agreed to follow the law. And I will ask you to do it right now. If you had said during voir dire, I can't follow the law, I feel too sympathetic, you wouldn't be here. And if you can't follow the law, you can probably excuse yourselves. I'm going to skip that one. That's an easy one. You must not concern yourselves with the consequences of your verdict. That is the law. That is the law that you agreed to follow. That is the law that you are required to follow. Hannah Gutierrez endangered the safety of another by handling or using a firearm in a negligent manner. There can be absolutely no doubt. That happened. Hannah Gutierrez should have known of the danger involved by her actions. Yeah, she knew. This was completely foreseeable. She was trained in firearms. She knows what we all know. Guns can kill you. You gotta be really careful. Her act caused the death of Helena Hutchins. (12A) is the alternative theory. And so let me explain to you that 12 and 12A are alternatives. You must make a decision about guilt or innocence unanimously to the count, not to the alternatives. So 6 of you can say, I think she's guilty of 12, but not 12A. Another 6 of you can say, we think she's guilty of 12A, but not 12. Done. You're done. Hannah Gutierrez loaded live ammunition into a firearm. Yes, she certainly did. She told the police she did. She failed to perform an adequate safety check of the ammunition. Of course, you know that. She didn't do it just once.
That's
she
the
did
most
it numerous
important
times.
part.
She acted with willful disregard for the safety of others, without question. So you are being presented with what's called a lesser included offense. And I will remind you the instructions that the judge read you at the beginning. Your first job is to see if you can agree on involuntary manslaughter. If you find her guilty of involuntary manslaughter on either alternative, you do not move on to this misdemeanor. It's done. If you find her not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, then you get to move on to the misdemeanor. You've heard a lot about that. I'll skip it. This is what we call a general criminal intent instruction, and I want to just make sure that you understand this instruction only applies to the tampering with evidence. It does not apply to the involuntary manslaughter because she is charged with negligent homicide, not intentional. Very importantly are the proximate cause jury instructions. These jury instructions are what allows you to find Ms. Gutierrez guilty, even though Mr. Baldwin may have also been a significant cause of the death of Helena Hutchins. So let's go through it. The death was a foreseeable result of Hannah Gutierrez placing a live round into a firearm. Of course it was. The act of the defendant was a significant cause of the death of Helena Hutchins. The defendant's act was a significant cause of death if it was an act which, in a natural and continuous chain of events, uninterrupted by an outside event, resulted in the death, and without which the death would not have occurred. She brought a bunch of live rounds on set, accidentally, but negligently. She loaded one of them into a prop gun, and this was after they were loaded into Jensen Ackles' gun belt and Alec Baldwin's holster. And she told Dave Halls, "This is a cold gun." He told the crew, "It's a cold gun." At that point, everyone certainly assumed that there wasn't a live round. She knew Baldwin would go off script. She didn't have prop duties to tend to. She walked out. And even if she had been there, it wouldn't have made a difference because you have seen the incredible lack of control that she exercised as the only person on the movie set in charge of firearms. There is no intervening event. If you think the intervening event is that Baldwin manipulated the gun, that's the whole purpose of the prop. He's going to manipulate it. You saw a bunch of other actors do it. Very importantly, there may be more than one significant cause of death. If the acts of two or more persons significantly contribute to the cause of death, each act is a significant cause of death. If you think Baldwin's act was a significant cause of death, that's okay. You can still convict her. Jury instruction 20. If you find the negligence of a person other than the defendant was the only significant cause of death, or constitutes an intervening cause that breaks the foreseeable chain of events, the defendant is not guilty. Well, that's not this case. She brought the live rounds on set. She put a live round in a prop gun. That's the reason that Ms. Hutchins is dead. One of at least two reasons. I will again thank you very much for your time and for your attention. I know that this has been hard work for you folks. I will ask you to find Ms. Gutierrez guilty of involuntary manslaughter and tampering with evidence. And I will ask you to bring some justice to Helena Hutchins. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Instruction number 22, I will now ask you to retire to the jury room to begin your deliberations. You will be provided a copy of the jury instructions, and the exhibits introduced as evidence will be made available to you. Prior to beginning your deliberations, you will need to select one of you to act as foreperson. That person will preside over your deliberations and will speak for the jury here in court. Forms of verdict have been prepared for your use. You will take these forms to the jury room. When you have reached a unanimous agreement as to your verdict, the foreperson will sign the forms which express your verdict. You will then return all forms of verdict, these instructions, and any exhibits to the courtroom. There are 12 that deliberate. There are 4 alternates on this jury, given the long length of this jury. Keeping with the privacy, I'm going to pass this instruction down with the help of Ryan. You're going to look if this is one of your names and you are one of the alternates. What I'm going to ask the bailiff
Camo
to do
guy's out.
is to first take the alternates out so they can get their belongings. And I'm going to ask you to meet me down at the end of the hallway to explain. I hate to tell alternates they're alternates because they've been paying so close to the evidence. And so just to talk with you and then and thank you. And then right along on your clip will be the jurors themselves, okay? And the jurors will go into the room. So I'll need the aid of both of them. But first, let me pass this piece of paper over to you. Look down here. There's 4 names. See if one of them is yours and you're an alternate.
Why are they focusing on this lady? Do we know why? Anyone know who this person is and why they're focusing on her? So let's take a look at my poll here.
It's at the bottom.
Oh, interesting. So most of you think that it's guilty on some but not all charges. I could see that, why you say that. I do think that if there is any reasonable doubt, it would be with the tampering of evidence, since they don't have any. All they have is an eyewitness. I personally, if I was on the jury, I would still be convicting on that, and because I just don't see any other reason for somebody to be giving somebody a bag of something and to have it thrown away. And there's not a very good reason given for that. All they can say is, hey, there's no proof, but the behavior is very consistent with the other behavior, right? Yeah, I don't think it's coffee mate. You can tell people who have used drugs can tell the difference between coffee mate and cocaine and sugar and cocaine and powdered sugar and cocaine. Sometimes, I've never seen in person meth, but my understanding is that it can look very similar to coke. But when you're a user of that drug, you usually know the difference. I know you're kidding. I'm just leaning into it, Tiger Girl. Little do you know that I just put a bunch of Coffee Mate into my coffee, so I happen to know exactly what it looks like.
All right, so follow the alternates follow Brian. I'll meet you down at the end of the hallway after you get your belongings, and then you'll follow with the jury.
But what it boils down to for me, and I'll tell you what this boils down to for me, is Hannah is the one who loaded the gun. So regardless of how those live rounds got on set, that's supposed to be your last safety stop, right? Your last safety stop is the person loading the gun. And the person loading the gun has a duty to make sure that when they're supposed to be loading a gun with dummy rounds, that they're not loading it with live rounds. That's where the responsibility, that's like the last point on the chain of command, right? So if she had not put that bullet in that gun, there simply would not be a death here. Right? Now, and we're not getting into what Alec Baldwin did or didn't do and how that caused it and whether he was negligent in the way he fired the gun. But we do know that he was probably a bully on set and made it impossible or very, very difficult to enforce rules. But that's when you need to know that that's part of your responsibility as and I'm going to get this off the screen so we don't hear from Jesse Weber again. It was her responsibility to make sure that the bullets that were going in the gun were the correct bullets. Start and stop right there. So I'm thinking that the jurors are probably as smart as I am, or maybe smarter, and they will deduct it down to that as well. I just am not sure whether the jury will find guilty on tampering with evidence without more hardcore evidence of what was being thrown away. Now, let's watch this video of what we saw before in court. The video that came out of Alec Baldwin waving the gun around and stuff like that.
Set, ready, and action.
No, just.
Yeah? When you drop your arm, that means he's 10 feet away. I can't see how close he is, but I want to be almost up by the time he gets here.
No, I'm going to go into this.
Yeah.
Well, let me show you something. Hold on. Step back to your original mark. So 1,000, 1,000, 3, I'm getting up.
Right.
Then when he drops his arm, Helena get out, he drops his arm, that means Brady's close. I'm going to start to really get up.
Okay.
One more. I forgot to read.
Right there. So you see him, he's as Attorney Bowles said, he's running the show, right? He's basically acting as a director, even though there's a director there. He's telling people when to start and to stop. And here he had gone off script. And so he's saying one more. He wants to keep going, even though that's not what the script calls for.
Right away. Let's reload. Here we go. So, Helena.
Reload.
Go!
Yep. That's a big grr. Definitely a big grr. Let's watch this again.
Set, ready, and action.
No, just. Yeah?
When you drop your arm, that means he's 10 feet away. I can't see how close he is, but I want to be almost up by the time he gets in.
No, I'm gonna go into this. Yeah.
Well, let me show you something. Hold on. Step back to your original mark. So 1,000, 1,000, 3, I'm getting up.
Right.
Then when he drops his arm, Helena get out, he drops his arm, that means Brady's close. I'm gonna start to really get up.
Okay.
One more. I forgot to recall stuff. No, right away. Let's reload. Here we go.
So Helena.
See, he saw that he goes, reload. And then he saw that they were going to do a slower turnaround. He's like, no, right away. We're doing it right now. Very bossy guy. And that is the moment where if they do have to, what they're talking about is reloading the gun. They're not talking about reloading the gun. They're talking about reloading the film and the camera and the scene and stuff like that. But he's basically saying, hurry up. And you have to be able to push back on that pressure and say, I'm sorry, I'm not going to just do this and do this and do this and do this. And it is a very uncomfortable position. I've been in that position of saying no to very powerful people. And you might, it's a risk. You might lose your job. But in this situation, I'm okay with losing my job from a film company that clearly isn't taking safety into priority and, into consideration. If I'm told as an armorer that my job is to make sure that there are no bad loads into the gun and there's no live rounds on the set and all that, I'm okay with getting fired. Yeah, he does. He points it at them like a finger. I'm okay with getting fired if they want me to hurry my job along and they don't want me to do all the safety protocols. I'm serious about that.
Go!
So he was told cut, but he's still fired. So he's always going off script. So you know that he goes off script and that's foreseeable. And you need to be able to account for that in your work and not walk off the set, where a gun is about to be fired or a gun is about to be used in a scene.
3, 2, 1. There you go.
And yes, we know that she says that she was told to leave. She was told to leave the church. Once again, you have to even be able to tell your boss, Dave Halls, I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. This needs my job. You're telling me not to do my job, right? You have to be strong in these roles because they are very bullying and very manipulative and they push people around. And I'm sorry to say it, but they definitely do it, especially to women and especially to young women. And in fact, that is sometimes why they hire young women, because they feel like they can get away with more of that kind of pushing around behavior. And I'm speaking specifically of Hollywood. I do 1,000% believe this. I've witnessed it with my own eyes. So it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see. I do think that I do think she is guilty of what she's being charged with. I also think that she's guilty of tampering with evidence, but I'm a little dicey on whether the jury is actually going to find that for her. So I do appreciate you all being here. Thank you very much for the gifted memberships and the super chats. Shall we watch something fun to commemorate the super chats? How does that sound?
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you so much for that clarification. Perfect. Thank you so much for that clarification. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Alfred!
Yeah. Perfect. Anyway, thank you all for being here. Thanks for being respectful. We are now on verdict watch. We'll see if they come back with a verdict today. It is now 1:30 their time. They're probably getting lunch, right? So we'll see by the end of the day. They'll be back at around 2:30. They'll start around 2 or 2:30 their time. Will they be able to reach a verdict by 4:35 when the court has been usually telling people to go home? So we'll see. But I do plan, we'll see if there is a jury selected in the James Crumbly trial. And if so, if that starts tomorrow, I will also cover that tomorrow as we're on verdict watch and kind of jump back and forth. All righty. So I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you for being here. Please remember to hit the thumbs up and be safe out there. Be safe and be kind. See ya.